Okay, so hello and welcome everyone to New Moon 2021 Cycle 7. So this is going to be our second stream for this tournament, and obviously a special welcome to all of the new players joining us from everywhere. Today I'm going to be your host, Player Zero, and this is our second stream, but worry not. So we have plenty of exciting matches to show today, and potentially a lot more, so stay tuned. So before we start, I'm just going to briefly explain what is New Moon, how it works, and how you can join. So, New Moon is our weekly round-robin tournament. The main difference between this compared to normal tournaments that people might be more familiar with is that this happens throughout the week. So you can play your matches at any point during the week, and that will make sure people can more easily play without being constricted by specific schedule or anything like that. So this week was the final New Moon week, which will bring us on to how you can join for next week. Next week is going to be starting our second Blood Moon for the week. So Blood Moon is a special variation of New Moon, which instead of it lasting for 1 week, this is going to last for 3 weeks. So it has 2 stages. The first one being the round robin stage, where it's similar to New Moon, it just lasts over 2 weeks. But the main difference is that the results from this round robin stage will go into the top cut bracket stage and decide seedings for that. And from there, the winner of Blood Moon will receive the Moon Master role, which is a special role for the last Blood Moon victor until we have the next Blood Moon. Sign-ups opened 2 days ago and will end today. So if you want to join, then make sure to head into Discord and use exclamation New Moon for all the information about how you can join. And before we introduce our commentary, I do have 2 announcements to make. So we very recently broke the 5,000 Discord joins, which has been very high. So that is a very big milestone to reach, and everyone has been joining. Everyone has been joining into the community, and all the new players are more than welcome. We're all looking forward to see how you're going to adapt and maybe change the scene. Who knows? As for the second announcement, just while we were in the starting soon. We're in the starting soon music preparing for the stream. Obese Skydiver donated $500 to go into the N1GP Ko-Fi. So thank you very much for the very generous donations. All the donations made to the N1GP go towards maintaining the N1GP server hosting costs, and obviously we do have some plans coming up. So hopefully we have exciting things coming up soon. So make sure to keep an eye out on that. All right, without further ado, I'm going to be introducing our commentators for today. Welcome to the stream, Eurasia and Symes.
Yes, hello, this is, Symes here. The stream yesterday was, amazing. There was a lot of, very hype matches, and so we're gonna be, seeing even more of that today.
Hey Symes, can you get me the combination to the N1GP? Oh wait, are we on? Yes. Hello everybody. We are here for the Blood Moon. Yeah, it's good to see you all. We are back once again to watch people destroy themselves for our personal amusement. Isn't that right, Symes?
Yes, 100%. We are going to watch these Megamans fight to the death.
Yes. That's what we're gonna do. We're not talking about any combination to the N1GP safe or anything because of a recent awesome donation. Nope. Are you ready for this, Symes?
Yes, I am. Are you ready, Eurasia?
Yes, I am completely ready. Let's do this! First match, Raku versus Maple.
Right, so just some brief introductions for the players here. They're both relatively new to the scene. Raku, I battled a couple of times in the previous Link Navi cycles, and they were for how new they are, their play was pretty clean. And Maple, I haven't played in a tournament yet, but I know that they're a fellow Canadian, so go Canada. And
Ooh.
Eurasia, you can take us through Raku's folder.
Yes, Raku's running the V code, which has Super Vulcan. Generally a staple if you are planning to use Beast Out, as Beast Out grants a plus 30 bonus to non-dim normal chips, which is fantastic for Super Vulcan as it has base 20 and it hits 10 times. So Beast Out plus Super Vulcan equals 500 free, basically 500 damage standard chip right there. If you add a double, if you add attack plus 30, that adds another 300 on top of that. So that's practically an 800 damage chip, especially if you add a white capsule. Or if you want to go even crazier, add a double point, that's plus 60. And not many people are going to be surviving that.
And if we look at Raku's Cuss, they actually have a poem.
Are we going to see Raku recite poetry?
It's off the command line, so unfortunately I don't think so, but we will see Raku with a motion bug going for those humor procs.
Common Pants on Twitch asks, what does poem do? Well, do you want to explain it, Simes, or me?
Right, so humor and poem, if you bug them, they give you what is known as emotion bug. So when you're in base Mega Man form, so you have the emotion window in Sense BN4, right? So what the emotion bug does is it makes you constantly cycle between emotions randomly, and that includes the full synchro and anger emotions, which both if you use a chip when you're in full synchro or anger, it does a double damage. So the emotion bug can let you get chips with twice as much power. So we'll see if Raku's able to get any humor procs with the big ×2 damage. Maybe even on the boosted Super Vulcan would be really hype.
Yeah, that's gonna be super hype, especially since full synchro will translate into Beast Out as well. So if timed correctly, they could very much time that Beast Out full synchro into Super Vulcan if timed correct. But yes, as Science mentioned, emotion bug is pretty powerful, but it's dependent on RNG. So you might go a good amount of time without getting a single full synchro.
Right, and it also doesn't work if you use crosses. It's only active while you're in base Mega Man. Crosses can't get any of the other emotions. But and switching over to Maple's folder, we see this G code here. We see the uninstall, the bubble star, the static, the Groundman SP. So G is known for being one of the strongest codes in the game. So
there's the G, man. G! Groundman SP. You cannot go wrong with Groundman SP unless the field is full of holes. Then, it's gonna be pretty bad. One other thing to note: both Maple and Raku have the same Navi chips, except for Raku rocking Blastman SP. But that the 5 mega chips that both players have are generally the mega chips you would see in most folders. Element Man is generally a Swiss Army knife due to its 4 elements and what each element can practically do. Judge Man has grab banish properties, which means if your opponent has stolen your area, Judge Man will recover it as if the chip is used. And Erase Man is one of the most powerful Navi chips in terms of because it's not only a cursor type Navi, and cursor rips through traps. So anti-damage, bodyguard PA, element trap, any of those traps will be removed upon using Erase Man. And it also breaks guards, so it can't even be blocked. So it's very interesting to see how both of them are rocking the same 5 basic Navi chips. So we're gonna see if Raku's SP investment will pay off in it.
Yeah, so it should be a very interesting match here, and with that, I think we can get right into it.
Let's do it. Battle operation. Set.
Execute.
Wow, first turn static and Super Vulcan.
Yeah, so I actually just realized that both players are running static here because one of the biggest threats to this Dustig BDT style is Erase
Lynching.
Cross and Erase Beast, and static is very good at decrossing Erase. But since this is a falser mirror, there will be no erase in this match.
Yes, there will be no erasing here, only deletion. Although it is unfortunate to get both Wind Racks on first turn, considering that Wind Rack is a great chip for removing auras. Not so good at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, it looks like they're using this Wind Rack though to just go ahead and remove the first barrier. Ooh, and they get the
green invulnerability. Oh, that should. Oh, that counter!
The counter.
Double static. Oh, right. Sorry, we should probably mention Color Bug, right? Since it actually reared its face right here.
Yeah, so Color Bug, the way it works is if you have a 1 in 4 chance to start with either blind, confused, invisible, or invincibility. And the invincibility actually only works if you don't use a cross. If you use a cross, you won't get the invincibility. The other 3 statuses you can still get in a cross. But since Raku has that emotion bug, they stayed as base Mega Man and got the invincibility.
Yes, the other important thing to note is that emotion bug won't work if you're exhausted as well. So yeah, so that to be kept in mind.
Yeah, if you use a Beast out, you lose the emotion bug.
And if you use Bug Fix as well, so it's very risky. Like, you know, touted to its RNG nature, it's actually pretty risky to hold on to.
Yeah, and so we actually see Raku going into Tengu Cross here to remove this life aura, so Raku will actually lose the emotion bug for this turn. Ooh, and we already see Maple with the BDT, but Raku gets the D-Cross with the uninstall.
Ah, uninstall. Okay, as we see right there, Maple is suffering from a very high level HP bug, which happens because of Maple's Navi Customizer having HP bug as one of the bugs. It gets worse upon flinching, and because Maple no longer is flinching so much from every hit, it's just making that damage rack up. High level HP bug does more damage than poison panels, I believe. Right, Slimes?
I'm not sure on the exact frames of how much damage it does, but yeah, normally you don't see that HP bug because we have super armor, but because Maple got uninstalled with that machine gun, they got flinched a bunch of times, and so Maple will have to hope that they get bug fixed soon.
Yeah, that's one main reason to have bug fix in your folder. If you have HP bug, because getting flinched that many times, that's just free damage done on you. So that's not a fun way to go. Like, you're basically just bleeding out, and your cuts are just getting bigger as time goes on.
Especially with if there's slow gauge in effect, which we actually see Raku has in their hand here, but instead it looks like they're going for the Beast Out Super Vulcan, but they're opting not to use double point.
Whoa! Uh-oh, get drilled to the face! Ugh!
Yeah, with this perma-hole field, that actually makes Groundman SP a lot harder to use, because you can't use it on the top or bottom.
Wow, all that invisible. That's not giving Raku a chance to use those chips.
Yeah, we'll see if they, it looks like they're gonna keep them and go into the next turn.
So far, even Raku has significantly less HP, but Maple has already lost about 150 HP to that. Oh no!
But now Maple lands there, so both players are now uninstalled. And the Super Vulcan connects.
Ooh, that that delicious damage. Big damage.
But even with that Super Vulcan, Maple still has a significant lead. We'll have to see if Raku is able to close the gap here while avoiding BDTs on this next turn.
Oh man, Bug Death Thunder, man.
Oh, and I see Obese Skydiver in chat. Huge thank you to Obese Skydiver in chat for their very generous donation earlier. Player Zero already mentioned it before, but now I see them in chat, so big thank you for that.
Yo, Obese Skydiver, thank you very much. Now I have motivation to break into the safe. I mean, yo, that amazing Blastman play! Oh! Decrossed! Oh no!
Ooh, oh!
Oh my god! 1 HP! Could not get the last hit because of the blinking! Oh my gosh!
What a comeback from Raku!
Oh my gosh. That was an amazing turnaround. That just went back and forth so quickly. Raku the madman, but do not count out Maple. That was just the first round after all.
And Raku gets that invincibility from the color bug again. The RNG with color bug is very favoring Raku so far.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Like green vulnerability. Wow, twice. Oh, what? That was fast.
The turn 2 BDT from Maple though, and slow gauge is already in effect. This could be a very
so many hits. Oh my gosh. Maple had like 4 times right there. Oh yeah, one other thing for those unaware. Oh right, shield. Shield is a good counter to Bug Death Thunder, but it can be uninstalled.
Yeah, with this, with Raku having the shield, Maple will have to hope that they can land their uninstall to remove the shield.
Ooh, that Blastman almost got full synchro.
Just missed getting the ×2, but blocks both those BDTs, but meanwhile, Maple's firing off their statics of their own. Much like the... Ooh, and so this is one big weakness of Emotion Bug, is that if you go into Cust, because with Emotion Bug, you don't just get the full Synchro and Anger, you also get into a tired state. And so if you go into Cust while in the tired state, you can't Beast out, as we just saw. But Raku using their full Cust here, and now they get back into the Cust screen in a normal state, so they could Beast out here if they want. But with that Life Aura on Maple, it's looking unlikely for a Beast out. They'll probably go for Tengu or the Tengu Cross or the Static.
Uninstall the bubble!
Using that machine gun was actually a mistake from Maple because it broke Raku out of the bubble, so they didn't... Oh no! The static whiffs! Oh!
Oh, Maple coming... Like, Maple was angry in that match.
And so we go into Battle 3, winner take all.
Remember, whoever wins becomes my lackey in evil.
I thought that you recruited a Sorio to be your lackey in evil yesterday.
Sorio said no, so I can't do much about that. But it's fine.
Wow, who would turn down your offer? I can't believe that.
No worries, I'll find somebody. Ooh, okay, there you go. That shot hit, so the first barrier's gone. I'm pretty sure the barrier's gone, right?
Ooh, Raku had Blast Man SP on that last turn. It looks like they're thinking about just giving it up. That would be very unfortunate to already lose Blast Man SP to the Invis and full cost from Maple like that.
Yeah, that's rough.
Seems like Raku's really thinking about it. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna just give up that Blast Man SP.
Dang it. Okay, nah, the barrier's still there. It was just the frames. No books. Reading is for losers.
That's not true. Reading is for winners.
I don't know, man. With the way those books were biting. Oh, that was close, but that left where it was gone. Ooh, angry. This is the chance.
They used the machine gun here to get the instant D cross. But I think Raku needs to save their wants to save the machine gun for when they get uninstalled. So it looks like they're just going to use this Electragon here, which is still 300 damage. That's not bad.
Not bad, and it's hard to dodge too.
And they've put a white capsule on it, so it will paralyze.
Yeah, the drugs are good. Oh my gosh, big damage! And I keep forgetting, Electragon breaks panels. I mean, cracks panels. Sorry, cracking and breaking are two different things. This is an opportunity to decross, but it seems like Raku is, like you said, is holding on to that machine gun.
Yeah, I think that machine gun might be the only chip they have that they can use with their uninstall and G code, other than a wind rack maybe. But wind rack uninstall is a pretty.
No, you're right. All it is that mock gun. That's a shame.
Oh no! So that bubble star was actually a counter hit, but so we saw there Raku very briefly got a full synchro from the counter hit, but then because of the humor bug, that is one problem with the humor bug. If you get counter hits, you can just lose your full synchro like that. So that was pretty unfortunate. But we see Raku's now got a BDT out on Maple's field, and I don't think that Maple has used their own BDT yet this round. So right now, that's a big advantage for Raku.
Oh, that invisible! Ooh, that was close. Uh-oh. Everybody bugged their thunder.
Both players now. Oh no, the erase man miss. Ooh, that's unfortunate. And so we see now both players firing off their BDTs at each other. I love a good BDT mirror.
Yeah, it's BDT versus BDT. We were both past PvP. It's now BDT.
If I were Maple, I might think about going into Tomahawk Cross, but they also have Shield, and I don't think Maple has used uninstall yet.
That is a good point. If you cross, you cannot use shield anymore. That is a good point. Well, we should probably mention that. Okay.
Wow, what was that? Both players have damage go off. Both players are now uninstalled, but we see Maple with a sizable HP lead. Ooh.
I don't know if Raku tried to back B that.
But we do see that double point static, and we see the Super Vulcan.
That is 800 damage if that lands.
Right, and since Maple is uninstalled, Raku doesn't even need the white capsule on that Super Vulcan, because unless Maple goes into ground cross, it will flinch. This could decide the game. Oh wow!
Super armor.
So this Super Vulcan
Oh no! All right. Wait. I thought they
yeah,
still had
Maple
bugs
used
on.
so the way static works is its range is determined by how many bugs you have, and after you use a bug fix, the static. Oh, can they make it to Cust? Oh!
Oh no! But Maple has been firing. Oh my gosh!
They need to pick the invis before this area. Oh, this is gonna be so close.
Oh my gosh!
Can Raku manage to avoid this this buster shot? Oh, this is gonna be so close.
This is so close that it's violating social distancing. I can't believe this. Oh my gosh.
I'm not sure if Raku can... Okay, we'll see. Oh, the Beast over from Maple. Oh, the Muramasa.
Beast Muramasa? Oh, I've never seen that before. An over Beast Muramasa? Holy Toledos.
That was unnecessary. Raku only had 1 HP left. You didn't have to finish them off with a Muramasa. That was cruel and unusual punishment.
No, it's about sending a message. If I'm going Beast over, I'm going all out. And Muramasa is about as all out as you can get, because it's the highest damage standard chip. That is, yo, oh my gosh, I did not expect that from me. Oh, that literally was a good game though. Like that was, both players did amazing. It was down to the wire all the times, all according to Kick.
What a opening match. I can only hope that all the remaining matches in the stream are this hype.
No, if yesterday was any indication, they probably will be, because everyone playing are wonderful, awesome players. So if, as a quick reminder, joining these tournaments and playing Battleground Online has never been easier. If you would like to learn more, we have a link in the chat for the N1GP Discord. Join up, have fun, delete each other. Simon, that was your cue to say yes, join the N1GP.
Yes, delete each other.
No, not that one.
Why not?
Because we got to get people familiar with the game first, and we literally have every sort of tutorial imaginable on how to play the game. So, like, even if you're a veteran player, there might be some things might be some subtle nuances of the game that you are not familiar with. As Boundary Work 6 literally did add in so much content and how the chips work.
Yes, that's actually a great point, Eurasia. We have all sorts of guides that go very in depth on game mechanics, and I actually heard a rumor that we might be getting a wiki at some point, so we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, definitely check out the guides. They have a lot of useful information, and they can definitely help you improve at the game.
All right,
Yes.
now we will be heading into our next match with Solex Cross vs Shadow. But before we do so, unfortunately, Eurasia is going to have to leave us for the stream.
It's okay, folks. I'm leaving you all in great hands, and those hands belong to MMX, Mega Master X.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Mega Master X here, and thank you, Eurasia, for your amazing, incredible, analytical, fantastical, magical commentary.
Yes, no problem. Don't worry, guys. MMX and Science will steer you right, and while they're distracted, I'm gonna check out that safe. So, all you guys take care.
Good luck. Enjoy your meal.
Yeah, so welcome to the stream, Mega Master.
Hey, thank you for having me. I'm looking forward to some nice, clean Battle Network gameplay today. And speaking of clean Battle Network gameplay, let's take a look at the folders we got. We got Soul X Cross versus Shadow. Both players have been in several events before. What are your first thoughts when you see these setups?
Well, I know that Shadow has usually played Falzar, but I noticed that this time he's trying out Gregor instead, so I'm very interested to see the Shadow Gregor setup.
I'm also seeing, let's see, we've got Muramasa on both of these folders, so there is very high potential for some explosive turns on both of these. Also flipping over to take a look at the Navicuss setup, both of them look to be playing fairly aggressive, both using Rush, so they're going to have to deal with that pretty early on in the battles, more than likely. And I really like Shadow's code usage here. It seems a little bit across the board with the Risky Honeys, but I'm pretty sure that Shadow's folder strikes me as one that's more combo focused. So it's going to be very execution heavy, especially in Gregor. So this is going to be a knockdown, drag out match.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think we're going to be seeing damage judge in this one. I don't think we're going to get even close to that. I could be wrong, though, but we'll see. So we do see Soul does have the Recover 300s, so that will help keep him alive for longer as well.
He's rocking 2 of them versus Shadow, who is opting to use Roll 3, probably for a little bit of damage. Roll's also useful for like cut-in chains and just kind of getting that extra, pretty much guaranteed heal without having to waste any sort of time. So it'll be interesting to see how these matches play out.
Yeah, Shadow specifically has used in his some of his Falzar setups, used Roll 3 with like the emotion bug and like double point. And so like if you get a humor proc on a Roll 3 with like a double point boost, it can heal you for over 700 HP. But no humor bug for Shadow this time. We actually just see the actually a fairly standard looking Gregor cust.
Yeah, but I think that makes sense, all considered. Everyone has to make the most of the Navicuss that they can. A lot of players are opting to utilize certain beneficial bugs that have kind of a low risk to them, I guess. I mean, the risk is there, but... So, let's say we go ahead and jump into the match.
Yeah, let's jump right in. And so it looks like this will be from a Soul's perspective.
Rocking 1400 or 1450 versus 1500 HP. Pretty interesting draws on the up. Now, having a defensive option like a barrier or anything like that is really useful for an invis, because a barrier eats rush, especially when setups of public knowledge. So Gregor is very commonly used as slow gauge just because of sort of the aggression. All the crosses kind of play into it pretty nicely. So it'll be kind of an interesting draw, if I'm honest.
Oh, and in the chat they're saying the match sound is a little bit loud right now. So yeah, so as you said, we see Soul right away. It looks like, we see Soul right away going for that barrier 200. The slow gauge and some area grabs with a slash cross. This could be a big opening turn for Soul.
Yep. It looks like Shadow's opting not to go into a cross, but ends up getting a paralysis off the first one. That's going to be pretty big because it's going to give Shadow the opportunity to set up the rest of the turn on this one. Soul's going ahead and setting the pace here. Shadow's also going to the Risky Honey, which is eaten up by the barrier. That barrier is a really strong first turn play, and ends up clearing out that anti-damage going into the next turn. So we saw a little bit of kind of a tap dance here. Both of them played their first turn very, very carefully. And it seems like they're both kind of testing the waters in this match, it feels.
So we see Shadow going into Electros here and going for the Tengu Man, which will remove that barrier. Meanwhile, Soul counters with the Erase Man.
Tengu's going to blow that barrier away, and we'll see how that changes up. Now, following the paralysis for Erase Man up, gets a good counter with that. Bubble Star following it up. Double damage on the charge shot. Soul was not able to get anti-damage down in time.
Actually,
for that.
I think Soul actually mashed out of the Bubble Star just in time to only take the normal damage. So we see both players actually, this is very close so far as we see. There's only a 30 HP difference between the players. So this could really this is anyone's game.
Yeah, Chad's pointing out as well, the counter hit play that we're seeing here, Shadow is making really, really good use of it. Both of these players must be in a pretty decent speed match with one another, because it's a little hard to kind of, almost impossible really, to rely on things like counters, because timing is a little difficult when you have a little bit of a laggy situation. But what Shadow is doing is, they seem to be structuring their turns to the point where they're able to make the most of it, and I'm not sure if it's luck, or maybe if it's probably a little bit of luck, but able to capitalize that. Both players going into the next turn 3, with both beasting out. Judgment's going to be down. It is going to get some area back, and it's not going to get the paralysis, unfortunately, as Soul was able to get the quick footwork. Colonel Force is out. Soul didn't step back, so the Judge Man wasn't able to get that area back. Paralysis is there. It's one hit, and Soul closes it out for the first match of this round. The first round of this match.
Yeah, we saw Shadow there with the Colonel Force, but with only 2 columns of the Colonel Force, it just wasn't enough damage. After Soul landed that Muramasa.
Yeah, we were talking about it at the top of the match, that these folders are structured to do that kind of thing. They're both meant to be able to get that, and Muramasa is a fantastic chip to close the gap really, really quickly.
Yeah, it can do a 500. It's one of the it's probably in terms of raw damage, the strongest standard chip in the entire game, at least if you don't consider like any boost. That 500 damage is huge if it connects. And we see Shadow with the Risky Honey counters once again. Both players trading slash charges.
It makes a lot more sense. Risky Honey, because multiple bees come out of the hive, it makes a lot more sense that that's used kind of as sort of a bait for a counter hit, right? Because the bees attack individually, if I'm remembering correctly, and so the window for their attack is a lot wider than a single hit chip like a sword. So we'll probably see some more of that. Now, it looks like Soul's switching gears and going for a lot more of an aggressive turn. Unfortunately, that Judge Man is a little poorly timed. I think he might have jumped the gun on it a little bit. The grab, or the wind rack, was really a strong way to open that turn. Helmet Man is down. Volcano panels are going off, and we're going to see that sword charge. Now, that sword charge is an effect of Slash Cross. Slash Cross is able to charge those up, and ends up getting the counter hit again with the Risky Honey. That is
Now Soul gets a counter of... We're just seeing both players... The HP is so close once again. This is actually a crazy match.
Both players dancing the dance of defense and offense, almost in complete lockstep with one another with how they're using their chips. Shadow opting to go into defense with an anti-damage, reinforced with a life aura. Soul going for area grab now, thankfully. Oh, ends up getting the wind rack. Both of them had a wind rack ready. Judge Man's out, going to reclaim those panels as well, but Soul has an area grab ready to go. He's probably going to fire it on a TFC. Yep.
Yeah.
Now Tenguman is going to blow.
Shadow.
It's going to be super rough. Anti-damage is down 10 HP to 15. Who's going to close it out? Ooh! still
1
opting
HP.
for a Buster. 1 HP left. What a match! That was I'm honestly that was some really solid Battle Network gameplay. It really was. It just goes to show that using your regular pea shooter Buster is valid, especially in the later stages of a match. A lot of people tend to get tunnel vision and try to rely on charge shots or utilizing a cross or beasting out, but their Buster, I mean, if you're running attack max, that's 5 damage. And when you're in double digit HP, it can make a big difference.
Yes, late in games like that with both players down at very low HP, P shots can make all the difference. And it looks like my prediction about that being a very fast-paced match came to pass. And so that was a great match, well played to both players. And for the next patch, we have Uvu versus Pixel Magus.
All right, so to start off, I personally really love F code and Falter. I think there's a lot of flexibility in that code. Also, it's just one of the stronger ones. Now, I'm noticing here that he has VDOLs on tag. That's an interesting. We haven't seen much VDOL play. We've seen it in a few cycles, but it's pretty uncommon.
Looking at his Giga, the base anomaly, I think Uvu might actually be going for the Darkness PA.
That makes sense. But I'm also noticing Pixel Magus opted to take up some extra Navi space for Gig Folder. So not only is the accessibility of Bug Death Thunder there, but they also have access to that PA as well. Sanctuary, there's some really solid defense in this folder too. But it kind of feels like the needle is heading more towards utility more than aggression for this.
Yeah, so for Pixel Magus, we actually so Uvu has the Darkness PA, and for Pixel Magus, we actually see a couple of PAs. We see they have a Master Cross and A code, and it looks like they also have Bodyguard. So this could actually be a crazy match. We could be seeing program advances on both sides here. So we'll have to keep a lookout for that.
It's always insanely hyped to see a program advance, especially in any sort of event. Because firing them off is half of the battle. So is just kind of digging through your folder to get those chips. Both players are playing Falter, so they both have access to Dust Cross, which will help them kind of trudge through their folder, bearing in mind that Dust Cross takes chips that you put on the custom screen and puts them at the back of the folders. It's kind of just like putting them on the bottom of the deck, so to speak. So we'll probably see a bunch of Dust Cross stuff, and it doesn't look like we'll probably see a bunch of that.
Yeah, I think especially with those PAs, they'll probably want Dust Cross to be able to dig to get their PAs going. Mm-hmm. So I think with that, we can get right into this match.
Let's kick it off.
And so this is from Uvu's side. And another thing Uvu's known for is Uvu loves tank cannons. So we see that tank cannon reg.
The old Eurasia special. Blastman 2. These are some... Ringlog and F-Code is an interesting tech choice as well. That's another chip that we don't really see that frequently. Looking like an all-star setup into Dust Cross. Like I said, kind of opting for some utility on this one, it looks like.
I think Rolling Log is actually... I think it definitely might have some unexplored potential. If you use it with the charge from a Tomahawk Cross, it could actually do a lot of damage. Ooh. And the Spoutman SP gets TFC'd by the Invis, unfortunately. And
So that would have
was,
connected, that would have been a freeze, but thankfully Judgeman does pierce Invis, so it looks like Uvu definitely planned this turn, planned ahead, it seems, because Judgeman, and of course Eraseman as well, also pierces Invis. But Pixel is just going straight into Full Cust. Now, Full Cust in a folder that's centered around a program advance is usually pretty common to have on Reg or pretty early, especially when your goal is to try to get that program advance as quickly as possible. Now, of course, with your opponent, they can just hit the OK button and keep the chips from the previous turn, but it sort of breaks up that pacing, you know?
Yeah, and so F-Code has both Machine Gun 3 and Magnum. So really it's like the biggest anti-Dust Cross code in the entire game. And so we see Uvu here loading up that machine gun and a Magnum. So it will be very hard for Pixel to keep their Dust Cross this turn unless they use a Life Aura.
Yep, and of course, waiting until the end of that machine gun to drop the anti-damage is really smart. A lot of people tend to kind of mash that in response, but cursor chips do erase those the trap chips. So Eraseman is going to decross on that, but Uvu does get the value out of the Magnum there. As soon as Pixel moves there, they're locked on that back row, and now Uvu can take full advantage of that situation.
Oh, and it looks like Uvu's loading up that tank cannon. Let's see if it connects. With Pixel locked in the back row, it has a very high chance to connect this turn. So, and it looks like Uvu's also deciding to stay in as base Mega Man.
Okay, I think Pixel going into Aqua Cross is really smart here because that charge shot actually inflicts that freezing status, and under fast gauge, it basically gives you when we take it.
Boom!
The
This
tank
tank
cannon
cannon connects.
Oh, Sanctuary right before the turn ends, thankfully. That could have been way worse, but the tank cannon's hitting is super satisfying.
So Uvu has about a 390 HP lead, but with those two PAs in Pixel's folder, that could very easily be reversed here.
Area Grab is down, so that's going to give Uvu access to a free Sanctuary panel. Another Magnum is down. That is going to crack the back panels, so Pixel can't continue to camp the back row. Oh, ends up getting a counter hit right before the next turn. Ouch.
And we do see that base anomaly there, but I'm not sure. Did Uvu must have thrown the second VDOL into Dust Chute, so it would now be all the way at the back of Uvu's folder.
Yep, and we're probably not going to see that PA until the end of the game, if even that. And of course, knowing that, I agree with the option here. I think that it makes sense to go ahead and beast out and go ahead and use the Giga.
It's really too bad about these. If it wasn't for these holy panels, this base would have put Pixel down to 10 HP. Those holy panels really saved Pixel there. Oh, the Guardian!
Ooh, okay. So that's good tech. Now, that is going to pierce... See, Guardian is a good tech choice in a lot of decks, in my opinion, because if the Punisher effect of it, if you hit a Guardian, that deals 200 damage. That's an aura break, unless you're on a holy panel, like they have access to right now.
Yeah, if I was Uvu, I might be considering that, but it looks like instead they're going for this VDOL Magnum turn, which is interesting. They could get with VDOL and Magnum, you could hit the VDOL and the other person at the same time.
Ooh, ends up breaking the chip. That is immense value out of that Magnum. Very well timed.
That was a great play by Uvu. That was very smart.
That broke their trap. It hit them, and it also popped the VDOL.
The Sanctuary panels.
All in one shot. That was insane value out of a single chip.
Yes, Magnum is definitely one of the best chips in the entire game. It has so much utility.
Alright, going into turn 7, Bug Death Thunder is up. I think this is kind of a,
Oh,
ends up
the
flipping.
Lil Boiler. You don't see that too often. Into
Arrowhead's another interesting choice. And the Ring Log deletion?
the
What?
rolling. So the way rolling log works is it actually lands lands one panel forwards. So as we saw there, it actually completely skipped over the Guardian.
That was a yeet if I've ever seen one. Wow.
Uvu just yeeted a log right in Pixel's face.
For the
Right
deletion,
right
too.
over the Guardian.
Incredible. Such good. Okay, who's gonna get the back B first? It looks like it's Uvu.
That's it.
So these, oh man, almost an exact mirror of the first part of the turn here. Both of them picked pretty similar hands.
And Uvu's like, Uvu just yeets both of those cubes right through the first barrier. Uvu's like, get those cubes out of here.
And they do a pretty good chunk of damage too. Of course, for those who aren't aware or haven't played Battle Network 6, a lot of crosses have an extra special ability, and Dust Cross has the ability to press back and B and basically suck up, Kirby style, any sort of objects that are on the field. So like rock cubes, guardians, little boilers, like we saw in the last match, and then shoot them out. I don't remember I think the limit is 5 objects, or is it 3? I can't remember. There's a limit to how many you can suck up with it though.
Yeah, but I don't think we see that. And they do 200 breaking damage, so they will decross slash.
Not to so this is the second time that Uvu has landed a paralysis and then immediately followed it up with a tank cannon. Quite the finesse, really. And Pixel, to be completely honest, Pixel is doing a really good job of staying on the defensive too, getting really good mileage out of the Sanctuary panels and field control as well.
Yeah, so one thing that Soul noticed before is that Uvu seems to have a much higher win rate in any round where the tank cannon connects. If the tank cannon connects, Uvu has a much better chance. I don't know what it is. It's just the there's Soul in chat. It's true. As soon as Uvu lands that tank cannon, you're in trouble.
It's the psychological damage. It's there. We're seeing Pixel getting the decross off of that, but not before that grass seed is there. A perfect response to a Sanctuary, all considered. Going for that. Now that does get rid of Pixel Magus's trap as well. Both of them are just bustering down, waiting for the next turn. They're still under fast gauge, which is why these turns are going so quickly. But back to what we were talking, I'm pretty sure that the tank cannon is just psychological damage. Because, I mean,
it's this giant cannon that just blasts you, it's so intimidating. And if it hits the back row, it makes the entire screen shake. Like, who wants to go up against something like that?
Right. So we did see a pretty... This is going to be an interesting turn. Oh, going into Tengu Cross as well. Recuff 300 now. There's the B-Doll going back.
The first one.
A light flick on the forehead there. Life Orb right before the next turn. Now, with Pixel in Tengu, all Pixel has to do is back B and the aura is toast. Just one V-Doll short.
Uvu, needs one more V-Doll for that Darkness PA.
We did see Pixel use a V-Doll in the previous turn, so we know that is not accessible to Pixel right now. Judge Man's up. Now, TFCing into Judge Man is good, so the paralysis is going to help, although Pixel is going to get that heal off of roll as well, which is going to help kind of widen the gap just a little bit. Free Magnum.
Yeah, the problem with this Magnum is it will destroy some of the grass which Uvu set up, but Pixel for some reason is standing on the grass. Oh, still no V-Doll. That's unfortunate, but we do see that rolling log again. We'll see if Uvu decides to go into Tomahawk Cross to use that rolling log. Oh,
All right, now Pixel going into Tomahawk Cross, or most likely to take advantage of
I love the little rolling log animation, just the shrubby that appears and like barfs them out.
Now, of course, part of Tomahawk Cross is that you get passive healing 1 HP every so often. It looks like it is time. It's time. Now, he's going to have to break that aura before he drops Darkness.
He's going into a Tengu Cross to just blow it away.
I see. I didn't see the cross.
And using Darkness to combo with the Lil Boiler This is one of the this is an insane combo. If this connects.
I'm no weatherman, but this to me looks like the perfect storm.
Oh my god.
300, Little Boiler's there! Darkness is down!
He got it!
Oh my goodness! That boiler is going to go off as soon as this PA completes as well.
That's a 700 damage Lil Boiler.
And there's nothing that can do about it. That was clean.
Uvu the Madman. That's a hot coffee pot.
That is indeed an awfully hot coffee pot. That is honestly insane. That just everything was perfectly executed in that one. Uvu, well done. Very well done. And Pixel did an incredible job as well, trying to keep up with the pacing of that. So I definitely do want to commend Pixel Magus as well for putting up a solid fight against Uvu.
Yeah, it was unfortunate that we didn't get to see the Master Cross or Bodyguard from Pixel, but that combo from Uvu, that the hot coffee pot combo.
It's you really can't beat it. And of course that it's just really a testament to the dynamic nature of some of the program advances in this game. You know, a lot of PAs have special extra abilities that can synergize with other chips in the game. And do things like we just did. So pretty phenomenal work, all considered.
Yeah, and I see Player Zero in chat. Yeah, that's officially the new name for that combo, the hot coffee pot combo. I don't want to see anyone calling it anything else from now on. That's its name from now on. Uvu is a madman for that one. But well played to both players. That was the first time I've seen a Pixel, so that was a pretty good first showing for Pixel, and I look forward to seeing them continue to improve as well.
Agreed completely. While we have a little bit of time before we start discussing the next match, I want to take a few moments to welcome everyone who's joining us for the first time. Welcome to an N1 Grand Prix stream. We're a competitive Mega Man Battle Network 6 community. And if you're interested in getting started or learning more about Battle Network, you can join our Discord at discord.n1gp.net. That'll take you directly to our Discord. We have all the resources, 100% save files, everything you'll need to get started with Mega Man Battle Network 6 PvP. So if this looks interesting or you want to dip your toes in and give it a shot, our community is more than happy to show you the ropes and give you time to build your folder up and strategize with you. We have rooms for strategies, matchmaking. We have really good memes. Well, most of them are good. We have good memes and tons of people here ready to play at any time. So if you want to join us and learn more about Battle Network 6, again, you can join us at discord.n1gp.net. And there also is a trading card game. Thank you, Flippin' Potato, for reminding me. I've got to do my matches at some point. But
Yes, as MMX said, the N1GP is a very welcoming community. There's always people that are around to help new players get set up. And we have the strategies channel where people can like ask for help with their like folder. And so like we always have people that are willing to help people with their folders and get into the game. So
absolutely. Don't be sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, the N1GP is definitely a very welcoming server for any newcomers. But with that said, we still have more great matches lined up for today, and the next one will be Nonstop Mop against Pie Burritos.
All right, let's take a look here. G-Code Falter. So good, so good. Now, it looks like, at first glance, Nonstop has stacked their cust with a pretty heavy amount of HP altogether. And of course, Charge Max as well, but the risk of the exchange for that, you don't have access to like Attack Max in exchange for the extra HP. But Nonstop's folder looks to be focusing more on potentially a Poison Pharaoh play. You've got area grabs, panel grabs. You have, of course, Poison Pharaoh, which is 2 Poison Seeds and Anubis. And Slow Gauge, which is interesting for a Falter build. So it looks like Nonstop's folder is pretty much centered almost entirely around Poison Pharaoh. And the long game, because of Bug Death Thunder as well.
Yeah, and going over to Pie Burrito's build, this is a very familiar looking build to me. We see the Gregor Chonk cost with a massive 2200 HP, and at the expense of all that HP though, you have no air shoes or no float shoes. So it trades into shoes for having extra bulk. And so we see a mostly star code folder. We see the Sanctuary and Holy Panel tech. We see Blast Man SP and Erase Man SP. And of course the Kernel Force. So this is a very strong build.
Realistically speaking, Pi only has a couple of options to go up against Nonstop and kind of the field control. Pi is running 5 area grabs and Judge Man. Those are really the only options that they have to combat the field presence.
They also have a Grab Revenge queue.
Grab Revenge as well, too. I don't know how I missed that, actually. The trick with that is that Panel Grab is... It kind of makes things like area grab in response to it a little tricky. Because if your opponent panel grabs you and you area grab, that area grab is going to just take just that panel. It's just tricky. The whole thing's really tricky. But that'll make for a more interesting match altogether. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we can head right into it. This will definitely be a very interesting to see if Nonstop Mop can get anything from that Poison Pharaoh. And so a Nonstop Mop also has a lot of HP themselves. I didn't notice before, but 2100 is also quite a bit. Both of these players are pretty chonky with their setups.
But Guardian Field to start off, this is ridiculous.
But it looks like Nonstop Mop will probably suck up those Guardians with their Dust Cross. So we'll see if Pie Burrito goes into Erase Cross here to threaten the Dust Cross.
Customization going through, the Mega Men are staring each other down. And it looks like Pie's going into Charge Cross, which is a pretty interesting one. So Charge has the added ability of having a short window of invisibility after you fire off Charge Cross's charge shot. So that's useful for... it's tough to time because the window is very, very short. But it's possible to get some good value out of it, for sure.
And so we see a Nonstop Mop. Oh, there it is. There's the BDT. But so Charge Cross actually counters BDT with the charge tackle. It's fully invincible and it can just... What I would have done here if I was a Nonstop Mop is I would have gone... Oh, they also have Warp Bug.
Oh, Warp Step, yeah.
We'll see if they get their... But yeah, the problem with Ooh, it's interesting that they're already using their Element Man here instead of waiting for Pie Burrito's Sanctuary. But I guess they do also have Poison Seeds, so...
That was a really good TFC. Going Barrier in response to Element Man was really wise, I think. But, you know, with Nonstop having Warp Step, they're pretty much locked in those 4 corner panels altogether.
Let's see if Nonstop Mop can get their Bubble Stars here to decross this charge. Otherwise, it's going to be very... Oh,
Okay.
just a bunch of statics. But unfortunately, those statics would have been very useful if Pie Burritos had gone into a race. Oh, actually, it looks like they don't have any bubble stars. That's interesting. They have static machine gun 2. Uninstalling Groundman, that's their only G code. So this charge cross could actually be quite a problem to deal with.
Now that ground man is going to be pretty good if it can crack that holy panel. It doesn't look like it does. But
oh no! That sanctuary's gonna miss. I mean, that static's gonna miss.
Yep.
But that that BDT still destroys the life aura.
It does. So you still got pretty good value, but as long as you are the flame lawnmower cross, you don't really have to worry too long about BDT.
And yeah, we can see there Pie Burritos tackling the BDTs. This is why this is part of the reason why it's so important to run something like bubble stars. If you're using BDT, you need that you need aqua coverage to deal with charge cross.
But of course, it's also a little difficult to account for every scenario when you're folder building, especially when you're folder building with a specific strategy in mind. Sometimes it's really tough to make the room in the folder, of course, but you do what you can with what you have. We're just waiting it out now. Of course, Pie is playing very, very safe with the holy panel there. It's not, Nonstop isn't getting too terribly much mileage out of the Bug Death Thunder, it doesn't look like. TFCing with a Race Man, ouch, that hurts. So that is going to basically overwrite the invis, because that's, the paralysis is still going to trigger as well.
I was about to say that Nonstop Mop could have gone into Dust Beast and used the Dust Beast charge to get rid of that holy panel, but then Pie Burritos used the Erase Man SP, so now it's gonna be a real issue for Nonstop Mop to deal with all these holy panels. They'll have to use their poison seeds, but that would mean giving up on the poison pharaoh. So we'll see what they decide to do.
And since Pie doesn't have access to anything like Dust Cross, it's pretty much free real estate if Nonstop is able to set the field up and get that Poison Pharaoh on a back panel. There's realistically not too terribly much that Pie is going to be able to do to get it off of the field. They're just going to have to be aggressive and try to get the game closed out before they die by Poison Pharaoh damage. Of course, okay, that... Yikes.
It's pretty interesting, actually, that Pie Burritos decided to leave Charge Cross. Because with Charge Cross, they could just tackle those BDTs, but as we see now in a Race Cross, they're getting hit.
So we're seeing Nonstop get closer to their last poison seed needed to get Poison Pharaoh out. I'm pretty sure that, yeah, they're going to start making their way towards the back row. They're getting closer to the end of their folder, so the probability of them drawing that next poison seed is pretty high at this point in the game.
Yeah, so I also took another look at a Nonstop Mops folder, and they do not have bug fix, so they have they will just have to deal with this warp bug for the entire match. They
Speaking of which,
they do have a panel bug float shoes, as we can see. Ooh. So with the panel bug float shoes, they can make holes to center themselves on the middle. Oh,
a kernel force! Oh my goodness! Okay, now. This is interesting because now Nonstop has
the counter hit.
So now all Pie has to do is stay on this panel, and that's it. If Nonstop is able to get the Poison Pharaoh onto that middle back panel, that effectively locks Pie into either the top row or the bottom row. But
yeah, I don't think I don't know if Pie Burrito has any intention of moving from there. We'll see.
Going for the Judge Man.
Salad asking in chat that it stopped the tail. No, I don't think so. I think the tail arrow is still connected.
Yep, so both are paralyzed there. It looks like Pi was able to mash out slightly faster than Nonstop was. Going for the play. Now, Poison Pharaoh here, there's not really much that you can do. It's really fortunate that...
No undershirt.
See, undershirt is like... It's pretty critical, especially in these kinds of situations. I think that Pi did a really good job of following that out and structuring their turn in a way that kind of, not guaranteed, but really secured the W for them on that one.
I mean, yeah, the Chonk Gregor build is tournament proven, so we know it's a very strong build. Pie Burritos, we'll see how they respond in this second round. It's actually a very interesting build with the Warp Step and the Bug Float Shoes and Balzer. Actually, I do like this build actually from Nonstop Mop.
Okay, going into full crust on here now. They already have just about everything that they need. Realistically, what Nonstop needs now is field presence, right? They're already starting to get kind of further in, and it looks like they already have Poison Pharaoh. So now all Nonstop has to do is kind of focus on getting that advantage, closing the gap, and setting the field up in a situation where they can get the most mileage out of that Poison Pharaoh. But
yeah, it looks like they're already going for it here, even without they don't have access to Pie Burrito's back row, so they won't be able to get the back row Pharaoh. Oh, that might have been a missed Element Man. They might have been going for the Element Man elect there, because that would have blocked Pie Burritos off with the no shoes.
Now, putting Poison Pharaoh there is smart, but unfortunately Nonstop basically has to tank all of the hits to effectively protect the Poison Pharaoh. You can tell from how quickly the HP is draining down that there's going to be some good mileage out of this, I think.
No. Okay, so the no shoes. Oh, both players are trapped right now.
Holy moly.
Well, Pie Burritos isn't trapped, but Pie Burritos doesn't have access to the bottom row, and Nonstop Mop is trapped. But look at how much damage that Poison Pharaoh already did. No, Mop is trapped because that panel is a hole in the back row. But
now, this is a keep away turn. So now Nonstop is pivoting to just trying to keep Pi away from their statue that they spent so much time putting together and molding. It looks just like Pharaoh Man. Gotta commend them.
Unfortunately, the Slash Cross will be able to destroy it. Oh, no, never mind. Not without the area. The Slash Cross now cannot reach the Poison Pharaoh.
Yep. That is correct. And of course, Nonstop is continuing to keep up that nonstop pressure as Pi is trying to kind of turn the tide a little bit, at least. Oh, this is so difficult. Oh, look, it's gonna be down to the wire, and he let it get destroyed. Oh,
it's still that he got so much, or they got so much use out of that Pharaoh. Considering that Pie Burrito started with 2200 HP, now down below Poison Pharaoh, so Nonstop Mop. Poison Pharaoh actually was nerfed in BN6. Wait, I don't think it was destroyed. It might have actually just timed out. Pie Burritos in their cust has Nonstop Mop. He has a Buster Bug. So if you got a Buster... Oh, let me explain Buster Bug real quick. So Buster Bug gives you a chance to get a T-shot with the damage of a charge shot.
Which can be pretty good in the situation, but pretty good in most situations, but you really have to effectively be lucky with it.
And Pie Burritos goes for the Erasement there, but Nonstop Mop was ready for that Erasement with a Life or a TFC.
Good. Footsies. It's footsies. Battle Network footsies.
Yeah, they were trying to create a hole there to center themselves. And so the thing about the float shoes is obviously you don't break cracks, so you need the panel bug to kick in twice for the panel to actually break.
Sanctuary's down. Pie's gonna probably start pivoting to keep the pressure up, although it's gonna be really tough to close the gap for the rest of this match. Although Nonstop is really not giving them much room to breathe. All considered. Now, we are, of course, under slow gauge, so this turn's going to be a little bit more laborious. Thankfully, you've got a little bit of room to kind of dance the tango with the Bug Death Thunder, but unfortunately, it's not the easiest game to do. Happiest House is asking if Warp Step can get uninstalled mid-match. So, the float shoes is removed with uninstall.
So you'd have to use bug fix, but uninstall doesn't affect bugs. So but if they had a bug fix, that would get rid of the warp bug.
Yep. All right, Pie going into Beast Out with the extra crust on the Pie, invisible down for defense. So that's unfortunate. So that's gonna end up cracking, thankfully, only 3 of the holy panels there. They can still get good use out of it. Bless you, Pie Burritos. Sneezing electricity onto the field. Looks like it's going court again now. That's a little rough. If they would have stepped back one more panel, I think that would have been pretty good, but still getting the Erase Man. It's still getting paralysis out of it right at the tail end of the turn.
So this after this Erase Man SP, if this is actually suddenly much closer, this can now go, ooh, the uninstall static, but due to the G-Beast, it doesn't even flinch. This match can really go either way right now. This is so close.
How this ends up playing out. Looks like Nonstop is going for crossplay, changing their mind. Okay. I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of throwing chips away to try to get a little bit further. But although setting up, ooh, get the Colonel Force. Thankfully, they were able to get away relatively unscathed from that Colonel Force, I'd say.
Because that panel's a whole, Judgment won't return. So Judgment books can only spawn on unoccupied panels. They won't spawn on holes. So this is so close right now.
Oh, man, close out. Ooh.
Pie Burritos just unfortunately getting hit by those 2 BDTs.
Man, but Death Thunder is pretty rough. It's tough. It's rough to play against because you have to contend with your opponent putting pressure on you. The threat of paralysis, it does a pretty good chunk of damage. It's a little tricky, and I definitely agree with Honor Knight in chat.
The Erase Man SP.
That's a pretty clean opening. I think going into Erase Cross right at the beginning of the match is a pretty smart move altogether. Getting decrossed that early and losing access to a cross, pretty big deal, especially this early.
Yeah, but we see Nonstop Mop going for the Wind Rack and Static, so they'll be going to decross this. And pushing the Rock Cube. That's always funny.
Now, of course, for those that don't know, Static uninstall, so clean. So Static has an additional ability with the chip. Depending on how many bugs you have in your Navi customizer, if you have a certain number of bugs, I believe it's 2 bugs. If you have 1 bug, it does 1 column. If you have 2 bugs or more, it does 3x2 static tornado things. Words.
Yeah, static is normally pretty tricky to use with a warp step, but Nonstop Mop's actually doing a great job still landing the statics even with the warp step, so that's actually pretty impressive to see.
Mm.
So we'll see what Pie Burritos is opting to use Electros here after losing their race. That makes sense. And now we see the problem with Warp Step. It looks like Pie Burritos has figured out this round that first Warp Step, it can be very hard for them to deal with if you just camp in the middle row.
Mm-hmm.
But Non-Stop Mop does have that ooh, that was on the Holy panel at least, and the Erase Man TFC.
Good response, all considered. Now, of course, they were able to get out just in time for the BDT and trying to make as much use of that Holy panel as possible. Pretty wise in this situation, I would say.
This is gonna hit Pie Burritos as soon as the next turn starts. That's actually really bad for Pie Burritos. I think even if they cross, I'm not sure, but I think even if they cross cancel, that BDT will still connect. This is kind of rough.
Good pressure all around from both players.
Yeah, we do still see Pie Burritos with a pretty significant lead, but getting hit by that BDT immediately cuts that lead down.
Is up on both players now. Of course, back B from Nonstop, and of course it just takes up that.
So yeah, so Elect Beast is the only Gregor Beast that can't break Life Ore with its Beast charges. And so this is a very this is a very bad situation for Pie Burritos right now. They are quite literally backed into a corner here.
Mm-hmm. And of course, the looming threat of Poison Pharaoh is enough to kind of change perception, especially after just last match they ended up getting affected by it pretty heavily. So I don't blame Pie for kind of tanking the back row like this.
Yeah, that panel above them was a hole, so they were actually stuck there anyways. But it looks like that hole finally repaired itself. Oh, and the area finally timed out, but Non-Stop Mop is art. Oh, that was unfortunate. They had another panel grab, but couldn't use it in time before the turn ended. Man, Non-Stop Mop is just playing so well right now. And they have this, oh, they put down the Pharaoh.
Okay, still overall good positioning here. Now it's just a race against the clock to see if that Gregor Buster is going to end up breaking. Ooh, it's a race against time! Oh,
yeah, Pie Burritos had nothing left to Beast charge there.
That was rough. That was really rough. Wow. Oh.
That was a great match. Non-Stop Mop was playing out of their mind the whole time. They made all the reads they needed. They had great positioning with the Poison Pharaohs. They used the Warp Bug very well. That was actually extremely well played. That was a very unorthodox setup, but they played it very well in that match. So that was cool to see. And well played to Pie Burritos as well. Pie Burritos definitely still put up a very good fight. That was still pretty close games.
Incredible. Just an incredible match. And I think that it was good. I enjoyed that actually quite a bit. Seeing poison, we have been seeing a lot of really interesting program advances throughout this throughout the event so far, and I'm glad that we're seeing a lot of folder flexibility over overall.
Yeah, it's definitely always nice to see when people come up with more unorthodox folders like that and can make them work.
Yep. All right, let's see.
And so for our next match, we have we have Uvu against Player Zero. So we already saw Uvu, the absolute mad lad earlier with the hot coffee pot combo. I think this is our first time seeing Player Zero in this stream, and they look like they have a nice C code folder. If you'd like to go over that,
Yeah, I think Zero Guy's doing a really good job of building their folder around some really strong C code chips that are able to kind of synergize with one another, utilizing folder pack as well to get a little bit of a boost to their folder capabilities and allowances. We see Circus Man SP in here, which is really interesting to see. But of course, Zero Guy is also using kernel SP, also in C code, to stay on code. NeoVary, there's so much action in this folder. That
I think Zero Guy almost always runs NeoVary. I believe it's Zero Guy's favorite chip. So.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if Player Zero can figure out what the right Neo variable combination to use. Like we said a match or so ago, sometimes really input-intensive chips are really tough to utilize in a situation where you and your opponent have lag, because sometimes inputs get eaten. Sometimes, and of course, for those that don't know, Variable Sword and NeoVary can do different effects when they slash based off of a button combination that you input before the chip fires. So you'd hold the A button to utilize the chip, do your button combination, and it'll do something depending on the combination that you use, assuming that you input it correctly, or if that flag doesn't eat your input. So it'll be interesting to see how Player Zero ends up using it this. But of course, we did see Uvu with the absolute flexes in the previous game. Their basketball ability with Ringlog is honestly unmatched. Aura Head as well, we saw that utilized before in addition. So this will be honestly a race against the clock, looking at both of these folders.
Yeah, I think I might be wrong on this, but I think Uvu and Player Zero are actually in the same region, so they should have a good connection. I don't think that shouldn't be an issue for Player Zero's NeoVary in this match. So we'll see if he can pull off that double life sword.
Yep.
And with that, yeah, I think we can get right into the match.
Tank cannon. I will never not get used to seeing that very threatening B code tank cannon in that regular slot. It's just there.
Yes, and Uvu does already have a Erase Man in their hand as well, so they could Uvu could use that to try and confirm that tank cannon. And is that gonna be the play? Erase Man into the tank cannon, or maybe this area grab. No, Uvu's going for it right away.
Gutsy. I will. It is a gutsy play. Oh my god! Firing a tank cannon and then immediately firing Erase Man just so you get to use.
No!
Ah! Player Zero with the inhuman reactions, dodging the tank cannon at nearly point-blank range. Of course, as Symes mentioned earlier, those books aren't going to be able to connect because there are permanent holes on this field. For those that don't know, when you play PvP matches in Battle Network, there are a bunch of different fields. We've seen a whole bunch of them. Guardians, permanent holes, volcano panels, And it just so happens that this one has permanent holes. They can't be repaired. They can't be changed with an Element Man or a stage or a seed or anything like that. They're just there. So both of the players have to adapt on both sides of the field in order to kind of work around it, of course.
Yeah, I think permaholes can be kind of BS sometimes, because all the other fields, you could still, like, if it's an ice field, like, you could change that. Like, you could just use an Element Man and make it grass, but the permahole fields, you just have to deal with it for the entire round. There's nothing you can do about it.
We're seeing, of course, a Magnum here on this one ends up connecting. Invis is down as well, but Uvu is stopping at nothing to commence the bombardment against player 0.
Yeah, so as people said in chat, after that erase, man, Uvu fired a single P shot before trying to use the tank cannon, and that was what gave player 0 the time he needed to escape.
Mere frames. That was the only thing separating true scale tipping action and player 0's timely dodge.
Yeah, but we do see the Element Man. Uvu gets the freeze, and then we see the two rolling. Oh no!
That's unfortunate. Well, I mean, he got a second Hail Mary on it, and unfortunately, oh, the Dolph Thunder ×2! Ooh, that was so much damage. So that being in bubble means that any type of Thunder Chip or attack will end up doing 2 times damage as if you were in like an Aqua Cross or anything like that. So you'll see that kind of common practice using Bubble Star in order to kind of set up for a combo in the future.
Yes, but so that Dolph Thunder did over 300 damage, and since Uvu's in a basement, that caused the anger status, and so Uvu took advantage of the anger with that machine gun.
Oh, ends up getting the Sonic Boom Neo Very, which doesn't unfortunately connect, but those Knuckles do.
3 hits. I think that's slightly above average RNG for that positioning. I think it would usually be 2 hits, but
it seems to me like the Corn Fiesta PA and Meteor Knuckles follow similar. It almost seems like similar behavior in terms of how it ends up landing those projectiles on the field. So it being on the upper row means that it has a higher probability of being a little more condensed. Whereas if you put it like point blank in the middle of the field, it's gonna kind of be just a scatter shot. So, a Fireburn to start the turnout. Circus Man TFC with Life Aura. What a chain!
So Circus Man actually pierces Invis. So without that Life Aura, TFC was extremely clutch. Otherwise, the Circus Man would have connected. And so actually one of Base Anomaly's biggest weaknesses is that it gets completely stopped by holes. So normally on this field it wouldn't be too useful. But of course with the Darkness PA actually isn't stopped by holes. So that's another advantage it has over just using the raw base Giga.
Mm-hmm. Of course, that's not to say that the Giga by itself is not effective by itself. Not by any means. I think that might have been a
unfortunate miss on the Magnum. Oh no.
So again, that's we've mentioned it a couple times before. Lag and missed inputs.
Oh no. That is such an unfortunate miss on the Magnum.
Oh, it's gonna be able to launch the Darkness!
Oh no! Oh, Player Zero had another anti-damage ready to go anyway. So, I guess the Darkness wouldn't have connected either way.
No.
Oh shit! At least Uvu got the shield on that anti-damage there.
Incredible use of back B. The flex from Uvu.
Uvu is such a madman that even when he loses, it's still cool.
Oh man, what a good way to close that match out. Going into the next one, it looks like Uvu ends up eating the Risky Honey with what? That's interesting.
The rolling logs are actually, I'm not sure if they count as objects, but they have hitboxes. They can be destroyed, and so we saw the bees there destroy the rolling log. I don't think I've seen that before, but yeah. The rolling logs can be destroyed. Yeah,
that's yeah, I think so too. I think that's a new interaction that we haven't really seen before. But you know, bees wanted to make a hive, and yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if bees actually eat. I don't think bees really eat logs, but those bees, I guess, were really hungry. Is the oh yes, the tank cannon landed.
Oh, no, it's only a matter of time. The countdown has begun versus player 0. Now, of course, these volcano panels here are kind of putting a little bit of a tiny amount of pressure on player 0 to be cognizant of their field positioning here, right?
Yeah, they do. They're actually not fire. They deal null damage, so they won't actually decross that tomahawk cross. But the damage from them can actually still add up. Like they do 50 damage each. So if you like walk into multiple of them in a row, you can take like 150 damage.
Now this is pretty unfortunate. Now this is going to be the second Magnum, third Magnum that hasn't directly connected. Although I think Uvu's goal here might have been to get a little bit more field control over to make sure that player 0 doesn't have mobility because they're not wearing shoes.
It's kind of funny that player 0 is actually locked on that volcano panel, but because of his life ore, it's not doing anything.
To see.
I've also noticed that Uvu seems to be staying in base Mega Man a lot. They're not really using crosses, but they don't seem to have a emotion bug either. So that's interesting that they're staying in base Mega Man even without the emotion bug. They do have a shield at least, as we've seen.
Yep, going into turn 4 with the Neo Very. Look at that. Oh, it's so good. 2 times wind rack, area grab down. Now, of course, we are seeing Spoutman here. Judgment's not going to do anything just because the field is normal configuration right now. It's crazy. It's just good Neo Very.
That invis. This turn will end. Yeah. That's unfortunate. Uvu lost out on all that damage. And unfortunately, we don't see the base anomaly or a second V-Doll in hand either, so Uvu does not have the components for darkness yet. They only have one V-Doll. And it looks like they're deciding to use it.
That boiler is so scary. After seeing the coffee pot combo, it's just so scary to even see just drawn. waiting for that.
Like it's gonna be tough for Uvu to get the
Ooh, that's gonna hurt actually.
Chargeman SP was blocked by the V-Doll.
Ends up getting that, so it's still a guarantee. 130, Circus Man is down!
Oh no, why did he step back?
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, if he didn't step back, that would have been it.
Oh, now player 0 did, right before that turn in, dropped a Risky Honey, so that still will fire on the next turn. It should fire on the next turn, based off of where he was in the animation. And it looked like it was ×2. I think I caught a glimpse of it. It was ×2 for the bees. Player 0 is most likely just trying to close it out at this point. What's Uvu gonna do?
Yeah, it could be tough to make a comeback here, but they do have a life aura, so that could protect them for this turn.
Yep, and it looks like it does indeed. Another V-Doll is down. Of course, that's gonna get plinked by the Buster from Player Zero's Buster beast. I can't.
Oh, I think Uvu just dodged a wind rack there to keep their life or that's big. But so an interesting thing there. So anti-damage in a BN6 needs to take a minimum of 10 damage to trigger. And since the curse on that V-Doll was only 1 damage, it actually just ignored the anti-damage. So that wind rack dodge is huge. We'll see if I think player 0 still has Tengu Cross. Yeah, so player 0 will just use Tengu to remove that aura. But this could give Uvu the opening they need.
Ends up getting a full damage, full mileage base anomaly directly at point blank to close the gap between the two. Uvu is going in for the defensive here, going for an aura head boost with so much extra damage. All they really have to do is just stay. Oh, and the meteor knuckle! Oh, under that anti-damage saved Uvu's neck. Seriously, going right into the next turn. That was really good.
So actually, the books from Judgment can actually end the game.
They can. Oh my goodness, you're right.
Yeah, the books from Judgment can end the game because they're multi-hit. They'll bypass the undershirt.
This is so spicy. This is going to be such a spicy turn. Going for the ring log on the first chip. Oh my goodness, this is going to go for the yeet. Nope.
Oh,
ends up missing. Oh! The TFC Jade. Oh no!
Music Judgment over a hole was so unfortunate.
It's 1-1! Whoever gets out of it this loses! Oh! Uvu! Making the mistake of stepping into the line of fire. Oh man! That was so unfortunate. Time slowed down. That was such a good game.
So close.
For both Uvu and player 0, well played, both battlers. Now that is good Battle Network.
Oh man, that was so close. Uvu almost had it. Oh, what a great showing from Uvu. That was so close at the end there. But yeah, well played to both players. And that ended up being a very, very close match at the end there. And so now we're actually going to take a short break. We're going to be back with more matches after a short 10-minute break. So we've seen some crazy matches already, and we have even more coming up after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in getting started with Mega Man Battle Network 6, if this piques your interest or you want to find out or learn a bit more, feel free to join us at discord.n1gp.net. Our community is more than happy to help give you all of the resources. We have 100% save files. Everything you need to get started and learn more about Mega Man Battle Network 6 competitive PvP is all here. So definitely, if you're interested, if this seems cool to you, or you want to get started, give it a shot, come on, join us. You can join the Discord. We have more than enough to be able to help, and tons of people who are willing to play matches. We want to give a special thanks to all the people that support, run the events, operate the stream, join the community. Thank every single one of you for being a part of this awesome thing that we all have. So again, if you want to be here, hop on in, discord.n1gp.net. And as Syme said, we will be back in 10 minutes with more super spicy New Moon net battle action.
So thank you everyone for the wait, and now we're going to be back into our matches. So we still have more matches to go, we still have more stream to go, more hype, and more action. So stay tuned, stay focused, and let's head back with Solex Cross. I mean, with Mega Master X and Science.
Well, we took a short break here, and we are back in action with the next New Moon cycle. This next match is going to be Emden versus Soul X Cross.
Right. So we've seen Soul X Cross earlier. This is the first time on this stream we've seen Emden, and it looks like he's also running a C code, which we actually just saw in the last match from Player Zero.
Yep, and not to mention, you know, we did see Soul just a little bit ago playing, and we definitely know that Soul's use of Gregor is really, really offensive focused. You've got base, tons of power in F code, Fire Sword, Muramasa, tons of gap closers. It's a pretty balanced folder all across the board. Now, Emden's folder, we're seeing another C code folder. Also, well, we don't have Circus Man, unfortunately, but we're seeing Cross Divide as the Giga for this folder. Not a very common Giga that we see in competitive play, but in the right situations, in the right hands, it can be a very effective chip. Of course, we're also seeing Elm Trap here as well. Elm Trap does 240 damage in response to an element-based chip, which is pretty much a guaranteed aura break. And of course, you know, Tomahawk Swing triggers Element Trap as well. There's a couple of other pretty weird interactions with it, but also you've also got Anti-Navi, which I think is not as widely used, but is very helpful because Navis are a pretty critical part of just about every competitive folder. So, you know, Anti-Navi, for those that don't know, if used in competitive play and if you have Anti-Navi up, your opponent uses a Navi chip, the person who used Anti-Navi just basically steals it. So Race Man, Judge Man, Element Man, whatever it is, you end up just getting it back specifically when that trap pops, which is really good. We also see Emden is running two custom ones to match up with Soul X Cross, so they'll both get 2 extra chips on their Navi Cuss initially. Both are running bug stops. They're pretty similar, actually. I think these are almost identical customizations with the exception of charge or attack max between the two of them. So yeah, we got full cust on Reg and slow gauge on Reg for Soul. Again, Gregor wants to take advantage of the slower pacing and more aggressive cross options available to them in order to get some good mileage out of that game pacing. What else do you see, Symes?
So I was actually just noticing that compared to Player Zero's C code, which we just saw in the last game, the main differences with Emden's is that he doesn't have that Circus Man SP. He doesn't have a folder pack in his cust, so he only has the Kernel SP and the Charge Man. And then instead of the Neovari Meteor Knuckle encode splash, he's using a Cross Divide as his Giga. So it's interesting to see some of the differences between two folders can still have. Even when they have the same code, there's still those key differences.
It sure is. And I think we're just about ready to jump into the match. I'm hype. Chat, YouTube, are you guys hype? I'm going to take the silence as yes, everyone's hype. Let's go ahead and kick it over into the match and get started.
And so we'll be seeing this from Emden's perspective.
Going into the first turn here, drawing an Element Man on this field specifically is actually pretty. I think so. The stream delay got to us there. So we're kicking off the first turn here. Now this is going to be a pretty careful turn, I think. On the first turn, opening up again, we are seeing this from Emdem's for sec. Emdem,
it's pretty interesting that he's going into Tengu Cross when you have the two rock cubes there. Usually with the objects on the field, you'd see them going into dust across this. But it looks like that. Oh, he pushes the rock. He pushes both the rock cubes with his wind rack charge.
So that's good. That's pretty good value, and also not the first time that we've seen that throughout these matches today. Ends up getting the ice and D cross right before the turn goes, and Charge Man SP.
What a opening turn from Amden. What a madman.
That was so much damage on the immediate first turn. Incredible.
Yeah, we see Soul is actually already down almost exactly 1,000 HP. Just on the first turn.
And that kind of HP, that kind of damage that goes out can really set the pace for the rest of the turn, right? Because if you are playing offensive and you suddenly get chunked out with the majority of your HP, you're going to have no choice but to go into two Recov 300s right back up into the safer range. Again, like I was saying, you have to pivot to a little bit of extra utility, defense, and a little bit of recovery if you have that as an option there. But we are still under a little bit of slower gauge.
Oh,
Ends up getting the counter hit.
This is exactly like what we saw from Shadow versus Soul earlier. The counter hit Bs that get to punish Slash Cross. And that entire turn, even with the area advantage, Soul wasn't able to get a single charge in on Amden to decross his Tengu.
And to top it all off, even though Soul did use the recovery in the previous turn, Emden had such pressure set up and ready to go that he ended up closing that gap between them even further, going into the next turn. So really incredible play by both players. Soul reacting in kind, of course, and Emden for keeping up that pressure. It looks like the pacing is going to start slowing a little bit down because Emden did utilize a lot of the options that were in their folder going into this. So both players are kind of playing keep away, making sure that they use their footsies to their advantage, and just kind of waiting the turn out here.
Yeah, Amden is playing amazing so far this round. What a start. What a explosive start. And now we see here, he's got the Bubble Star into Doll Thunder combo. He's got the Colonel SP.
Absolutely incredible. So like I said, Emden blew through a lot of really aggressive chips in their folders, so they're having to kind of play a little bit more carefully as they go through. Now, Soul did use Windrack there. It ends up getting counterflow. Windrack didn't go off. He lost the Windrack to that. Oh my gosh, what a counter hit. That is so strong, but Soul does end up getting that aura out with that Slash Beast charge, like you were saying previously. That was super incredible and would have been a lot more damage on Emden if that Windrack did actually go off.
Yeah, I am so blown away by Amden so far in this match. Oh, and he gets the Colonel SP.
He's got Colonel, and Soul is at 1 HP, and Emden has an Element Trap just waiting in the wings. So the moment that Soul uses an Elemental Trap and he ends up whiffing the... So that would have been a huge chip in order to close that out as Emden clears round 1.
Oof. If I was Soul, I would be so mad right after that.
That was incredible. Honestly, that just, again, setting the pace for the game by having such a clean first turn, it really does tilt a game one way or the other. That's not to say that either of these battlers played or did anything wrong. It was just really luck of the draw. I think both of these battlers have a pretty high level of skill overall, and both played the best that they could with what they had access to.
Ooh, this is already a big response from Soul. This time Amden did go for the Dust Cross turn 1, and Soul was ready with that Magnum. And now he's got this Slash Cross with the slow gauge.
Holding on to that and TFCing into Colonel was pretty wise, because there could have been a defensive option. Defensive options are usually pretty common to see earlier in the game, and a little less common, it's common to hold on to them, a couple at least, in the late game.
Man,
but
those boulders are so strong. That one on Soul's area just took the Colonel like it was nothing.
Oh, we see Bubble Star Dull Thunder on top of it.
And
Oh,
the fire hit 3 on
the grass panel.
2. This could be 700 damage.
To say this turn will be explosive is a vast understatement.
Oh,
Because also he's in full synchro on top of it all.
so Soul needs to cross cancel and
He
get
has
out.
to
of
beast
there.
out or cross cancel in order
If
to get out of the
If he
situation.
doesn't cross cancel,
He didn't.
no.
Oh my god.
but we see the life aura.
Oh, that was tough. That was a tough call on Soul's end. I'm wondering if he opted not to cross cancel because he was hanging on to Life Aura. The fact that he hasn't used any other
and
gems this turn.
now we see why. Look at this slow gauge slash cross. Look at all the damage. Look, Soul has already evened it up.
Mm-hmm.
We see there why he didn't cross cancel. We see the power of slash cross with a life aura.
To give a little bit of context, if you you can hang on to the chips that you picked in your last turn or have left from your last turn by just hitting OK on the custom screen. But if you opt to change crosses or even beast out, that wipes your previous turn's choices.
If
so
you cross, you can keep them still.
if you
It's
ca-
only
okay.
if you beast out that you lose them.
got it. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Cross div to clear out the aura. How is he going to follow it up with a Judge Man? That is going to pierce Invis, but Soul managed to get a recovery off just in time to help kind of close that gap, mashing out of paralysis, getting a trap set up there. Okay.
Oh wow! What a
Wow.
dodge from Soul.
Oh, my heart stopped for a second. Wow.
Soul is playing these footsies. But we do
My
see
goodness.
Ooh, what is Amdan gonna do here? He has Charge Man, but with only at negative area, that's not gonna be at its full power. Oh, this is so close.
A decision is being made right now. You can tell just by no movement on the custom screen, kind of thinking, how are you going to structure this turn? How are you going to close it out? These are critical moments in net battles. Starting out with a Raceman TFC to barrier 200, Soul taking the defensive on this one. A smart play to avoid his trap getting taken care of. Area grab down. Let's see how Soul's going to respond. I think he's just going to keep the slash cross pressure out. He is no longer in the barrier. Is he going to be able to hold it out? Charge Man is going to end up hitting, or whiffing, excuse me. It's so tough. One hit, one extra hit.
Invis. Oh no, Soulless Rush.
Oh, that's going to close it out. No, it's not. He has, it's just one buster shot. Oh! Oh my god! Oh my goodness! So Rush didn't paralyze there because Tomahawk Cross has a status guard, so you can't be paralyzed if you're in Tomahawk Cross. But it still will consume the Invis chip. That effect still stays, but the paralysis does. That was an incredible match. This has been a good one, honestly. Ooh, it looks like Emden's gonna opt to go into Dustcross again. Let's see if Soul will be able to answer it.
Soul does have that F code with both Machine Gun 3 and Magnum, so that is loaded with cursor chips to take care of Dust. Emden's thinking about it. He's looking like he might actually Oh, there's the Dust Cross with just the full cost.
It looks like Soul's opting to go into a race cross just right out of the gate. Realistically, Soul just has to like continue to the next turn. They don't really have to pick. He doesn't have to pick chips again, but right now they're working through and structuring the chips and weapons that they'll have access to throughout the rest of the turn. But it looks like Emden is going to be going for some better options, honestly.
And now it looks like Emden's going into a Spout Cross with the Bubble Star.
All right, Soul beasting out into Erase Beast, most likely going for that Tail Beast charge and additional bonus damage on Cursor Chips. Doesn't get
wow,
to...
and
Okay.
he locked Emden into the the wind rack into the fire sword.
That was
the
a
damage from the Gregor Beast Buster. And Soul was camping outside of the range of the Bubble Star. Ooh, we already see the cross divide for Emden. That's a very early Giga pull.
This is turn 3, correct?
Yes, he did use the instant full cast on turn 1 and dust
Also
a bunch of
dusted,
chips.
yeah. So he's pretty deep within the folder at this point in the game. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm on the edge of my seat. Oh, so much. That bonus damage on a race cross is just... It's so good with Cursor Chips. It really is. Getting the paralysis, Buster Fire raining down, another Magnum, and ends up whiffing that, unfortunately. But he's going to get that 2-time double star. Unfortunately not. But Colonel is going to be pretty good damage, although Soul does still have a trap up. Ends up getting the Tail Beast charge hit.
Oh wait, this Colonel will actually hit because of the area.
It will. And so, I do also want to mention that Erase Beast's Tail Beast charge, if you charge up, I believe it's a null element chip, it fires a tail arrow that inflicts an HP bug on the opponent. So it can be really helpful in kind of passively getting a little bit ahead, of course. And it's really difficult to dodge, but not impossible.
And another Magnum whiff there from Soul. That's unfortunate. That's 2 Magnums this round that he missed. We'll see if that comes back to haunt him.
Getting hit with that now. Of course, that does expire. Let's see if Soul decides to go into Slash Cross to keep getting some pressure up at this point. It seems to be in the point of the match where I think Soul can start getting a little more aggressive. His opponent has burned through a lot of different chips here, but we'll see how it goes. Usually this is where Soul tends to pivot into more into different sort of actions and strategies, right? So it's really up to Emden to keep that continuous pressure on Soul as the match continues. Going for the grab banish play.
It's interesting that Emden didn't TFC Life or on that grab banish. That would have kept his anti-damage intact.
I think he's probably gonna wait until... I think he's gonna lose out on the element, man, but that's... You've gotta... I don't disagree with what he did there.
This could be he has no way to this could be a rough turn for Emden if Soul uses a Wind Rack and a slow gauge this turn. This could be very rough for Emden, but we do see he has those risky honeys, which we've already seen so far, how well those bees can block Slash Cross and get those counter hits in. And he's even going into Tomahawk so he can charge those bees for double the power.
Now, he doesn't have many options aside from just kind of trying to get out of the situation and playing a little bit more defensively. Rush is not going to do anything but consume the Invis because of Emden's aura, thankfully. And let's see how Soul follows this up.
Yeah, that's exact. There's the slow gauge and Wind Rack. Oh no, the element, man. I guess Soul must have, Soul probably predicted the Tomahawk cross.
Oh, ends up trying to dodge the bees, but unfortunately the bees do follow. Well, ends up getting the
there
counter
it goes
hit.
again, another counter hit with the bees. Ooh, I'm not sure how low Soul's HP is right now. But with this, if Emden manages to land this cross divide, it will be very close. And he already got rid of Rush, so he's free to use this Invis.
Now, of course, Emden has to remember, too, that they are still under slow gauge right now, so it's pretty likely that we'll see maybe both Invises.
Soul could still TFC base on this invis.
That is true.
Wow, he still has a lot of HP left. Ooh, Life Aura, okay.
Okay, I think all considered that's pretty. There's not really much you can do. You just got to get the chip out of the way. When you see your opponent going into Tango Cross, you just have to accept your fate. Okay, both exchanging area grabs here. Now, of course, Emden is under Invis and is able to freely cross-divide.
Can he land this? Oh, no.
That's sad.
I think one of them will connect. Yeah, partially connected. I wonder if Emden had a Meteor Knuckle instead of cross-divide, that would have been much better for him here.
I think he could probably close this turn with Elm Trap and be pretty safe.
Yeah, Soul does have that Fire Sword in his folder, which could trigger it. I'm not sure which other elemental chips he has. Maybe if he goes into Electros, then the Element Trap would be very useful.
Yep, because he's already burnt Element Man in this specific match. So, Emden could safely do it. You don't really lose anything, especially if you structure it at the end of the turn there. Emden's able to basically take 2 hits, 1 anti-damage that's on deck right now, and then 1 that's in the hand that he's got set up as well. So he can take a couple of hits on this one, but we'll see how Soul answers in kind.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen base from Soul yet in this entire match, and he uses the. He lost the Charge Man to the Anti-Navi TFC. Oh. That's very unfortunate for Emden. That is the risk when you run Anti-Navi. Oh no!
Ah.
Soul is just landing these
closing it out with a Buster Shot. That was, we mentioned it too in sort of the heat of the battle there. Both of these players played incredibly well. Neither of them, I mean, there are usually sort of execution errors in Battle Network, but both of these players played to a point where they were able to answer and respond in kind just fantastically. It's all a part of that offense and defense dance that Battle Network 6 has, and both of these players had their tap dancing shoes on. It was incredible.
Yeah, those first 2 rounds were both explosive, but unfortunately for Emden in that 3rd round, Soul just pulled too far ahead, and Emden was never able to catch back up. But very well played to both players. That was a crazy set to watch.
Yeah, so that was very well played from both sides, but now we will be heading into our next match. But before we do so, unfortunately, Mega Master X is going to be leaving us for these next matches.
Yep, I just want to take a moment to thank you, Player Zero, for operating the stream and working with the team in order to make sure all the new moon cycles go smoothly. Thank you so much for your time and for everything that you do for the M1 Grand Prix. Symes, thank you for your time in casting with me. It was explosive as always. Your analysis is on point, and I appreciate the time and opportunity to chat with you. So I'm going to kick it off to the one, the only, the handsome, Nerith.
What's up, guys? I'm excited to be here and to cast some great Battle Network games with you.
Yeah, I just want to thank Mega Master X for joining us today. It's always a pleasure to cast with him. He always helps bring the hype, and it's always a joy whenever he casts. So, but we should have some more insane matches coming up now with Nerith and myself. And for this next one, we have Fatima versus Salad. So, looking at their setups,
yeah, it's a V code versus A code Falzar mirror matchup. Both of them have 1800 HP, but Fatima's packing this extra Giga from the Gig Folder one.
Yeah, we see Fatima has the hub BDT with which is always very strong against Salad with a hub batch.
Yeah, this is a double star. This is a BDT oriented setup right here. So it's going to be focusing on getting to that hub BDT win condition, and then throwing double stars into combo and double the damage, and lock Salad down for the BDTs to connect. And on the opposite side, Salad is playing this Beast Rush oriented folder. It has a lot of interrupts, a lot of counter hit potential, with the Elect Pulse 2s and Windrax, 3 of each. So there's a lot of potential to mess with BDT users and interrupt their charges, and just as well as just getting counter hits, and just making sure that it's actually kind of a painful process trying to put BDTs down into the field even.
Yeah, and I also noticed that Fatima doesn't have any gauges at all in their folder. They don't have any slow gauges. Meanwhile, we see Salad with the 2 fast gauges, one of them regged. So Salad will be able to decide whenever she wants to use that fast gauge, and that will remain in effect for the rest of the match. So that will make it even more difficult for Fatima to get any of their BDTs out on the field. But they do obviously have the V code combos, and I could still see those working out pretty well in fast gauge, so it will be interesting to see, for instance, if they can land that Super Vulcan.
Yeah, definitely the boosted Super Vulcan is going to be a big threat, and just like you mentioned, the Bubble Star Dual Thunder combo, even without being able to put down too many BDTs on the field, that alone is still a ton of damage, even without the Gregar boost from Elect Cross. There's still the potential for ×2 Bubble Star 2s. So definitely still a lot of damage that could potentially be put out, even in fast gauge.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that they opted for the Doll Thunders instead of Elect Dragon. I know Doll Thunder is a little bit more damage, but the utility provided by Elect Dragon with the cracks, and also being much easier to land without the Bubble Star confirm, I think more than makes up for the slightly lower power. But we'll see how the Dual Thunders work out for Fatima.
Yeah, definitely. It's an interesting choice. I agree. The Elect Dragons, they have so much utility, but it is going to be a hub batch matchup anyways. So in the end, the boots, the shoes are going to kick in and prevent the cracked panels from having too much impact.
Yeah, that's true, and it's not like Salad has a Sanctuary or anything that Fatima would use the Elect Dragons to clear anyways. But I think with that we can head right into this match.
So it's a front ice with 2 ice cubes on the field. So this field configuration tends to draw people into going into Dust Cross most of the time, trying to get that extra 200, 400 damage from those ice cubes.
Yes, and it looks like that is what Fatima is going for here. I mean, they're also playing Hub BDT, so with Hub BDT you usually want to dust dig through your folder anyways.
Yeah, so definitely just a bit of an extra draw, some convenience, maybe gonna squeeze out a little bit of extra damage. And we'll see if Salad also chooses to go into Dust.
So Salad does also go into Dust Cross, but it looks like Fatima was actually faster. Ooh, and even manages to connect with one of those ice cubes.
Yeah,
but
and
they,
you mentioned that is a fast gauge turn 1 drop from Salad. Because there's no slow gauges on the opposing side, it is safe to just drop the fast gauge right away. But this is also going to speed up Fatima's own dust digging, so the hub and BDT might come out that much faster as well.
Yeah, unless Salad has an erase man this turn or something. Ooh, and we already see Salad beasting out and going straight into the Elect Pulse Windrak combos. And with that ice is actually really interfering with Fatima.
Yeah, that Bubble Star applied freeze to Salad, but I think Fatima's gonna have some trouble actually lining up for any follow-up, so...
Yeah, you might even consider, well, I guess with Salad, I was gonna say you could consider going into Spout Cross with this ice, which it actually looks like Fatima's doing. But with Salad having the Elect Pulse Windrak combos going into Spout's actually very risky here. You just see Salad popping Life Ore and Fatima popping a Recuv.
Yeah, defensive turn for both players there, and it looks like Fatima has something to throw to beat now, so... Gonna pop this Hub Dash right after.
Yeah, we saw the Pulse Windrak combos coming out from Salad again on that turn.
Yeah, definitely getting that value out of the Beast Rush.
And because of the ice panels, the Elect Pulse actually pulled Fatima into Salad, so that actually just caused a little bit of collision damage to both players there. But now it looks like Fatima has this Super Vulcan.
Yeah, if this Bubble Star lands, it should be a confirm.
Oh! Salad shields the Bubble Star, but Fatima still connects with the Super Vulcan. This match has actually been very back and forth so far. Both players have taken the lead back and forth.
Yeah, and it looks like a BDT drop this turn for Fatima. Oh, but this is going to be a 3-hit Spoutman SP. It's going to leave Fatima frozen here.
Ooh, and Fatima has the Proto Man Blast Man here. But it looks like they're opting to go for a Recuv this turn instead.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Beast chip charges haven't really been used in this match so far. And with this being the final turn for Fatima, for Fatima's Beast, it looks like it's probably not going to be used at all. That Recuv 300 comes out. Oh!
We see Anti-Navi costing Salad her Groundman SP there. Out of all the chips in this game, I think Anti-Navi is probably the biggest example of a double-edged sword. It can be so clutch, but it can also really hurt you if you're not careful about how you use it.
Yeah, Anti-Navi definitely also kind of limits the player who's using it.
Yeah, it's a very high risk, high reward chip for sure. And that
So there's the Bubble Star Dolt Thunder combo.
we actually do have a bit of a just a bit of a freeze there, but it recovered.
Both players popping in a trap at the end of turn. This these holy panels look like they're going to be a pretty serious problem though.
Yeah, Fatima already used Element Man, so they have nothing left in their folder to deal with these, and they don't have access to Dust Piece charge either.
Yeah, this looks like it could be a huge problem for Fatima, because one of these chips is probably going to have to go into the anti-damage to pop it. And the other one is only going to take Salad down to about half of her remaining HP. And there it is, the anti-damage pop.
Into these, ooh, that fire hit probably would have been the game if it connected on that Tomahawk cross.
Yeah, definitely would have left the team of 1 HP.
I was gonna say, when Salad uses the ground cross charge shot, that moves her to the front panel. That would have been a good opportunity for Fatima to use their Blast Man SP and get the full damage out of it, but unfortunately they were too late and Salad was already back on the holy panel. They seem to just be... I was gonna say, that would be a strange beast over... Oh! That was actually a great play using the Tengu Gust.
Yeah, sucking Salad into that BDT right there.
And that was on a normal panel too, so got the full 200 damage. This is actually a really close game now. I think Salad has the lead on damage judge, because Fatima had recovs and used them, so if this goes to damage judge.
Yeah, I think it is going to go to Salad here.
Oh, Players here is saying we could explain why the BDT leaves the field on the ground cross charges, if you wanted to explain that.
Well, I mean, you're the resident BDT user, so I feel like it might be more fitting for you to explain it.
That's a good point. So, the way the way ground cross's charge works is, when you use it and go underground, you temporarily, as Salad's saying in chat, it makes you count as a completely being off the field for a few frames. And when you're off the field, if the BDT's on the back column like that, it will just leave the field. Sometimes you can also see that happen when an anti-damage activates, like you leave the field during anti-damage. And BDT sometimes leaves the field during that as well. So, and a common misconception is that the ground cross thing is affected by host and client, but it's not. The ground cross charge will make BDT leave the field either way.
Ooh, and we have a Super Rock field at the start, so again, some obstacles that can be shot out for 200 damage here. This time on a grass field. Ooh, but this time both of the obstacles miss. The turn 1 fast gauge drop again. I was really surprised in that last match at how much value those BDTs actually were getting at the end of the game there when both players were running out of chips. So even under fast gauge, still managing to squeeze out some of those BDTs and pull Salad into one of them. That was really good value still.
Yeah, definitely in late game situations when both players are out of chips, having that BDT active is a huge benefit. But
Some really disgusting Beast Rush combos coming out, just huge amounts of damage being dropped onto Fatima by Salad here.
We do have a grass field though, and Fatima does have Blast Man SP, so that could, if that lands, that could narrow the gap in their HP.
Yeah, definitely a Blastman SP on this grass would be a quick way to close the gap by quite a bit at 500 damage.
Yeah, we see another Elect Pulse 2 come out from Salad. So for anyone in chat who's new to the game, the reason why Elect Pulse 2 is so strong is because it applies drag to your opponent, and drag even like the status card from Tomahawk Frost doesn't stop drag, so drag cancels whatever your opponent's doing, like it interrupts them. And then Elect Pulse 2 has almost no cooldown, so you can immediately combo it into something else like a Wind Rack, and that's what we've been seeing from Salad here.
Oh boy, this is gonna leave Fatima with only 19 HP.
Yeah, that first round ended up being very close, but this second round is looking pretty rough for Fatima right now.
Luckily, it looks like that's those 1 damage Balzar Feathers, because Salad hasn't popped up that yet. So that attack 1 cluster is going to make it a little bit more difficult to close this match out. This gives Fatima a bit of time here. Going to be able to pop this recovery hopefully and stick it out.
We see Salad using a trap. Salad does have anti-navi in her folder, so we'll see if this okay, it was just an anti-damage, and then followed up by a life aura. So a very defensive turn from Salad.
Yeah, probably just waiting to pull enough offensive chips to just finish this one off. At 317 HP, Fatima's definitely in the danger zone here, but luckily a lot of defense, and then this recovery comes up. But Fatima opts to go for an offensive turn here.
Yeah, this they're not gonna be able to control this Super Vulcan against the. Oh wow, and Salad manages to avoid the Wind Rack to keep the life aura. That was very unfortunate for Fatima there, with how that worked out.
Yeah, definitely Salad stepping forward, back and forth there, was trying to step out of the Wind Rack, and it managed to work out, dodged the Wind Rack, and preserved the life aura, which completely nullified the Super Vulcan from Fatima.
Yeah, but we see the falls are privilege. Even if your Wind Rack misses, you can still just go into Tengu Cross, but that's it. Salad finishes it off with the Elect Pulse into Wind Rack.
Yeah, definitely that combo is really hard to deal with when the Elect Pulse connects. Just that follow-up damage is guaranteed. And that was well played there to Fatima and Salad both.
Yeah, definitely. That first round ended up being very close at the end, so definitely a solid showing for Fatima. But with BDT against that A code folder, especially with not even just 1 but 0 slow gauges, that was always going to be pretty rough for Fatima to deal with.
Yeah, definitely, and just the BDT is not really getting to be put out onto the field very much. That double fast gauge versus no gauge from Fatima, limited Fatima to playing purely with the Super Vulcan and the Bubble Star combos, just the rest of the offensive chips, but not being able to squeeze out the extra damage. Not even having an offensive Giga like Base Anomaly or Meteor Knuckle. meant that the HP gap was quite large in that by the end of that second match right there.
Right, but getting into our next match, we have Maple against Maple against Pie Burritos. So we've already seen both of these players earlier. Maple is running a G code BDT, and Pie Burritos is running the Gregor Jonk build. I'm actually pretty familiar with both of these types of builds, but I'd like to hear what your thoughts on them are, Nareth.
Well, I think both builds are generally acknowledged to be pretty top tier, especially for the respective versions. BDT builds, especially this bubble star, just a standard bubble star with uninstall in G code to make these BDTs easier to land, get that extra damage. Definitely considered one of the higher ranking builds, one of the higher ranking folders in Balzar. And same goes for the Chonk Gregor build. So it is going to be a clash of the titans here in terms of their builds. And each player repping opposite sides too, so I think it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this plays out. I personally don't think it's like there's a huge disadvantage to either build in this matchup. So I think it's going to come down to just like how soon the BDT comes out, you know. I guess a notable thing is that it's going to be slow gauge for sure, because looks like 3 slow gauges in play here between the two of them. So it is going to be a situation where we're just going to see some brutal turns, tons of damage being put out, most likely from either the BDT, just flooding the field and oppressing the Gregor player, or the Gregor player gain some solid beast chip charging turns in, or possibly just slash cross turns as well. So it's going to be interesting to see for sure who comes out on top in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. The one thing I notice on Maple's setup is they don't have the full hub BDT. They just have a raw BDT without the Gigafolder +1. So it'll be interesting to see how they play around that. They don't have they at least don't have cust bug to worry about. So without the cust bug, if their dust gets decrossed, they won't be at as much of a disadvantage as they would be if they did have the cust bug.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
I think with that we can probably get right into the match.
And one more noticeable thing from Maple's side is there are no recovery 300s here, so whatever Maple's HP falls to, it's probably going to stay that way. On the other hand, Pie Burritos is rocking those 2 recovery 300s in O code, so it is going to be plus 600 HP.
Yeah, so with that, Pie Burritos actually has 1,000 more effective HP than Maple, so Maple will have to do it 1,000 extra damage to win. Pie Burritos avoids the Bubble Star 3.
Yeah, this turn 1 Life Aura is gonna get a lot of value here, denying all of this damage. Groundman SP, the machine gun.
Ooh, and the Judge Man coming out from Pie Burritos.
Ooh, yeah, and that could be a really big problem. This end of turn paralysis is going to leave Maple open to potentially big damage from a follow-up. So it's going to force Maple here to either cross or beast, and it looks like Maple's going to go for the beast option. But this also
Yeah.
puts a timer on the dust digging.
Yeah, but if he crossed, he would have. It's definitely not an ideal situation either way. But since Maple wanted to keep the dust, they're using their beast out instead of a different cross to at least try to get it for another 3 turns, which should be enough to get BDT if they can keep it for those 3 turns. Oh, and there it is already. But
Yeah,
it will,
there's the BDT.
as long as Pie Burritos is in this charge cross, it will be tough to actually confirm the BDTs, because as we saw earlier on the stream, I think that was also a match with Maple. The charge cross can just charge tackle the BDTs. Oh, but because Pie Burritos was invisible, it actually didn't work on that BDT, and it ends up landing.
Oh wow, and already 2 BDTs have connected. That's 400 damage right there for Maple onto Pie Burritos. And so you mentioned that 1000 effective HP difference. Already almost half of it has been closed up by the BDT.
Yeah, even after a Maple lost so much damage to Pie Burrito's life aura on that first turn. We do see the Bubble Star 3 now, along with uninstall.
So this is kind of interesting. There's a bit of a an area advantage here for Pie Burritos.
Oh, that looks like Colonel Force. Oh boy.
Oh wow, Maple managing to buffer this anti-damage out, blocking almost half of that Kernel Force with 1 anti-damage.
And Pie Burritos now no longer has their charge cross. That was a great play from Maple to avoid a lot of damage from that Kernel Force.
What's interesting here, though, is that Pie Burritos placed their cards right from this position. This could be a very hard turn for Maple to deal with. Still having Beast, and potentially the Gregor Beast. Yeah, here comes Erase Beast.
And there it is. Here comes Erase too, and the barrier 200. And now we should start to see some of those Erase tail air. Oh, it missed.
Oh no.
That's very unfortunate. Okay, that one connects, but ooh, and Pie Burritos was gonna go for the freeze with the Element Man there, but Maple TFC's with the Invis. I think
A lot of defense.
I think Pie Burritos still has both of their Recover 300, so with a full column lock, unless Pie Burrito has and with Maple having this life aura, this could be very difficult for Pie Burritos. But it looks like they're going for a Muramasa instead of the life aura. Interesting.
Dude, this Sanctuary, it's probably gonna get nullified this turn by the
Okay,
Element
it
Man.
looks like Pie Burritos is the client. Oh boy.
Oh.
Ooh, interrupts the BDT without wind track. I think
Yeah.
Pie Burritos will be able to make it to the cuss screen. Just barely.
Yeah, that was definitely a clutch wind rack right there, interrupting the BDT charge.
This is actually really close. Sir Kalon asks in chat, is BDT permanent, or does it stay for a couple of turns? It changes your charge shot to the Dark Thunder for the rest of that round. So, and it's the same thing with Bug Risers, the Bug Riser Sword Giga. They're both permanent in their respective versions.
Oh, so the life aura comes up to protect from that Erase Man SP, but it still destroys the life aura, of course. And now Return Erase Man is going to take Pie Burritos down to 9 HP. But his attack 1, we'll see if it's enough to finish this round.
Oh boy. Oh, so close. Oh, and it looks like there might have been a desync, but we're going right into the second round. We'll see if Pie Burritos is able to respond here against this BDT setup.
This early charge cross, I'm not really sure I agree with it.
Yeah, against the BDT, I find it's usually better to save charge cross until after they've actually popped the BDT. And we already see both bubble stars in Maple's hand.
This is going to be a huge Erase Man SP hit. Be crossing Dust, denying the Dust Dig.
Oh wow, manages to avoid the static with the charge tackle, but can't avoid the bubble star.
Both players losing their crosses on this turn, taking some pretty hefty hits. And there's the BDT anyways. Oh no, stepping off of the holy panel and taking the BDTs on the back row instead.
Unfortunate invis TFC on the Judge Man, so they even lose their invis. Their HP is actually still pretty close though. That Wood Dragon for Maple can get rid of this holy panel though for Pie Burritos.
This is looking like it might be a beast turn for... Yeah, there it is. Pie Burrito's going to erase beast.
Oh wow, the double counter. Oh no!
Oh, and this won't even get rid of the holy panel. Gonna have to use that with dragon.
If he used that erase, if he just stayed on the top row for that ×2 ground man, that would have been huge.
But Pie Burritos didn't move into the center for that erase man, so you're gonna lose quite a bit of damage and taking some of these BBTs in retaliation.
But somehow out of all of that, Pie Burritos now is up by about 500 HP.
Oh, so this Grab Revenge is gonna hit anyways.
This looks like it could be a Kernel Force coming. Oh boy. Oh
yeah,
boy.
Definitely a Kernel Force turn, so it looks like.
Shouldn't have TFC'd the invis on that area grab. Should have tried to save it for when the Q Force came out. And yeah, that Q Force wasn't even halfway through by the time it deleted Maple.
And this is gonna go to a game 3.
Yeah, I think BDT versus the Chonk Gregor is a very interesting matchup. I've played it a few times from the BDT side, Unfortunately, when I was playing Chonk Gregor, no one else was using BDT, so I haven't really had the chance to play it from the Chonk Gregor side yet. But I definitely think it's a pretty even matchup. I think it can go either way. It just comes down to like the exact folders and whoever is playing better.
Yeah, I think with perfect play or high level play from both players, it definitely is a really close matchup. And it's kind of interesting seeing this because it kind of feels like both the players here might not have the most experience, both with the folder they're using, plus the specific matchup. So there's a lot of interesting decisions being made. You wouldn't normally see, I think, in this type of matchup.
Yeah, like the shooting bug fix. But I mean, he doesn't have a cust bug or anything, so it's not that big of a deal. But
yeah, generally speaking, bug fix is something that when you pull it, probably don't want to throw it away.
yeah, it's definitely an interesting choice, but he gets the uninstall with that Wood Dragon. Pie Burritos eats that Poison Seed. And so we see actually one of the kind of biggest weaknesses for the Chonk build is actually just Dust Cross's normal charge shot with the since it makes cracks can actually be pretty annoying to deal with for the Chonk build. And now we see that Maple has drawn their BDT. And Pie Burritos is going into a Race Beast. And actually both players are now just camping on those holy panels. Oh wow, another tail arrow miss. That's very unfortunate for Pie Burritos. Wow. Oh. Maple is using Ultra Instinct right now.
Yeah, and the big thing here is actually that this is gonna let Maple just cross out of Dust willingly and avoid taking that ×2 hit from the Erase Tail.
Yeah, if I was Pie Burritos, I would be pretty mad about that right now. But we'll see how they respond. Ooh, and it looks like Maple is going for Life Ore, and they still have that Holy Panel. Erase Beast's charge cannot break through Holy Aura, so if Maple just sits on that... Oh, but they got rid of it.
Yeah, definitely that one Holy Panel would have provided Maple that safe cover to just throw BDTs constantly.
They might try to use the Tengu fan to pull Pie Burritos into this Wind Rack. Oh, they don't get it. And Pie Burritos is just opting to use that area grab instead of chip charging it. Interesting. Ooh, Blast Man SP on the grass panels.
Yeah, just a heavy 500 damage hit there. So the Erase Tails may not have connected, but at least there's that.
And with the when you have a +1 area, it's actually it's not completely free, but it's much easier to step around at the BDTs when you have +1 area. So we saw that coming out from Pie Burritos there.
Oh! And we'll see if Pie Burritos was buffering movement forward. He was. We're just gonna keep this area now.
And I think Maple's Muramasa was just used to destroy the Life Aura, because against this Slash Cross, the Tengu Gust is much harder to get and beast out, so... You see Pie Burritos with a huge advantage.
Yeah, and
Oh,
this is definitely something that can happen in this matchup, is where the Gregar player, when they get this area advantage and they just start abusing the crosses, the damage output is really comparable to BDT, if not, a little bit better. Obviously, there's no paralysis, but you
And
see
that was
Maple on the
actually-
back foot.
against that Groundman SP, that was actually very good for Pie Burritos that they crossed out a slash there. And this is looking like that's going to be the game.
Yeah, Pie Burrito's closing it out with that P shot at the end there.
Yeah, so definitely well played to both players there. It was a fun matchup to watch. It's definitely one on the slower paced side as far as BN6 matchups go. It's much more of like a tactical decisions. And it looks like more of Pie Burrito's decisions worked out in the end.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, and I remember someone in chat brought up, whether or not you could compare Battle Network 6 to Yu-Gi-Oh! In terms of playing towards, your win conditions and being able to pull off like an OTK, right, a one-turn kill,
Yeah,
rather than reactive play.
I think with the the whole real time aspect, and actually having to like land your chips and being able to like dodge and stuff, that's I don't think there's anything like that aspect of Battle Network in Yu-Gi-Oh! Battle Network also has those like fighting game aspects, right? So
Yeah, and I think even in this matchup, I personally feel like BDT, like these BDT and like Kernel Force oriented Falzar and Gregor setups respectively, they feel to me more like playing towards that one win condition and trying to play towards like setting it up and taking your opponent down with it. And even with these though, and I feel like they are probably like the best examples of that within Battle Network 6. You still see so much outplay potential. You still see so much being dependent on reactive play and just actually having to interact with your opponent, and so it really makes it interesting.
Yeah, so that was very well played from both sides. But so this is going to be the end of the stream. Wait, so I've been told we have a special plan for that's going to be happening now. So basically, we were able to prepare 3 more matches for the stream. But before we go into these matches, I need to see some hype from chat. So chat, let me know who here loves Mega Man.
yeah, and so that's also actually going to be it for me for today. There will be another much hyper commentator joining in a minute here. So, but it was definitely a great stream. There was some great Battle Network, and yeah, as Player Zero just said, there's 3 more matches to go. So hopefully those will be just as good as the ones we've seen so far. But that's it for me. So bye.
See you later, Science. It was great having you, and it was a lot of fun casting with you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sure you'll do great in the next 3 matches as well, so thanks.
So that was more than enough hype from chat, and going to be joining us on commentary is Solex Cross.
Hey guys, thanks for having me here. It's time to get the hype train going back up again. Time for more Battle Network. Let's go.
Alright, we'll be going into our first extra match with Player Zero vs Solex Cross.
So we have Player Zero, aka Zero Guy. Yeah, his setup here on the left. The C code, we've already seen it, of course. The Circus Man SP, and of course the Neo Variable Sword.
Okay, so every time I look at Zero Guy's folder here, the more dangerous it looks, Meteor Knuckle scares the hell out of me. Okay, so Meteor Knuckle obviously does, approximately 300 to 800 damage depending on your spacing, right? Now, with Player Zero's luck, he tends to hit 600 to 700 more than ever on the lower end, right? Now imagine being in Slash Cross when that happens.
Yeah,
It's a bad time.
it's basically a meme within the community. When you're playing against Player Zero and you see the words Meteor Knuckle come up on your screen, it's just like, alright, I guess it's over for me.
Oh,
I
clearly
guess I'm
I
just
was
gonna get
picked.
punched in the face way more times than you'd expect to be.
Of course, like what more would I expect? It's Player Zero. He's a savant.
And do you want to walk us through your setup, Soul?
Okay, so my setup is really unga bunga, right? It's got a lot of cursor chips because I really don't like dust, and I don't play this folder for any other reason other than having 6 copies of On Code. My folder too. So I guess you could play Muramasa and everything, right? So there's no real other reason for me to play this folder other than those 2 reasons, right? So it's really all about those cursor chips.
Yeah, definitely. Cursor chips, especially against Falzar, are a real nuisance. They're gonna let you just take Dustcross out of the equation.
That's right. Also on code, well, not rather on code, but in the folder, I am running a panel return. The singular panel return there is supposed to be an out because I only have flip shoes. If someone uses Gaddon on me or some kind of like Magnum of their own or a Fire Burner, and they use Fire Burner twice and make some holes, if someone puts holes on my side of the field, I need to be able to regain my movement. I don't want to be trapped, right? So the panel return, it's star code, it can go into any hand, and it can immediately allow me to move once again, and that's what I'm really looking for here, is my free movement. Obviously, the 5 area grabs is to help bolster that slash cross pressure that you need to prepare for. I feel like if you're ever playing this game, you need to have an answer for this strategy because it's so easy to get as a Gregor player. It's all you need is the 1 area grab, and your whole strategy is kind of just blown wide open, and you can just slash your opponent to death really easily, which is why it was really important in those matches earlier that my opponents got counter hits. My opponents were able to play their defenses around some of my charge shots. It's really important to be able to play around that kind of pressure.
Yeah, definitely. And so it's interesting to see here because both of these I would consider them kind of unorthodox setups coming from both versions. This F code from Gregor and then C code Falzar. Well, C code in general, right? So it's going to be really interesting to see which one comes out on top here. And I think we can step into the match.
Yes, sir. Let's get it. The first thing I gotta point notice to is that there's no sound patch because this is Falzar. Falzar's clearly trash, right? It needs more sound patch.
So I don't know what you have against the just standard battle music.
Okay, you know what? It's not like I have anything against it. But I've been in the server for almost 6 years. So I've been hearing that theme for almost 6 years. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh yeah, like this theme probably plays in your sleep, right?
yeah, it really do. It really do. So it's nice to be able to step back and get something new, you know? It's really refreshing.
So it's going to be a pretty interesting start, I feel, with this field especially. These conveyor panels, they can enable some hijinks with area grabs and area locking. If someone steps into the wrong panel right here, they might not be able to step out.
Like, if we look over at Player Zero's folder, or rather his setup here, he doesn't have float shoes or air shoes at all. So landing on a conveyor belt pulling forward and an area grab will be a really bad spot.
Gain that shield value right there.
Yeah,
Not-
shield is a massive point. Thorn in the side.
Yeah, not able to squeeze out that Colonel SP at the end of this first turn, but what is notable is that you don't have beat to deal with this, so it is just going to be a straight up Colonel SP. Not going to have to toss anything. So if Player Zero can pop this anti-damage, oh, there it is. Oh, and a very rare actual connect from Colonel.
Imagine taking 300 from Colonel. Can't be me. Oh wait, it was me. Dang.
Oh wow, and this Judge Man is just everything's gonna get blocked here by this shield.
People underestimate the power of shield. It is so good. Trying to get some kind of buster damage in. I'm trying to do something here, but it doesn't look too good for me.
And looks like Player Zero is just gonna pour out the damage here. A lot of fire hits about to come out. Ooh, and first one connects. Ooh, an Erase Tail in response to that. The Erase Man from Player Zero is gonna miss here.
Block. Oh my gosh, PZ's he's the monster for real.
That Bubble Star leading to a confirm for that second fire hit. So both players trading a lot of damage back and forth here. Just that one Erase Tail, you know, is still a lot of damage, and then plus the Gregor Vulcan, just the Buster.
Yeah, but we see something in the hand that will completely counter this Gregor Buster, which is that Risky Honey and the Tomahawk Cross. So that being chip charged and me holding my B button recklessly will result in a massive HP loss.
Ooh, luckily this Wind Rack misses, does not manage to get the ×2 and the D cross onto your Erase Beast here. Ooh, and but Player Zero protects this area and looking for a chance to release this Risky Honey ×2. Doesn't get it. So 2 Wind Racks used this turn, neither of them connecting for the D cross.
I was very fortunate. I can't say that was like planned. It was really fortunate though.
But now Player Zero is in Tomahawk and, you know, +1 area, or at least mostly +1 area.
You know what? This is actually a good chance to bring this up. This is exactly why you need to have a planned strategy for this situation, right? Because even Tomahawk Man can provide the same exact results with having one area grab. You need to be able to deal with it.
Okay, so this first invis gets eaten by Rush here, but Player Zero does have this area grab and Life Aura. Oh, and that Wind Rack was used just a little bit preemptively here, so the Element Man does not get the fire hit. Oh, but Muramasa right there snuck in and taking out that Life Aura from Player Zero.
Yeah, it was really bad sequencing on my part. I really should have went with Element first and then a Wind Rack in case the TFC happened. Knowing your sequencing is like really important. And
So
little
both
mistakes
players,
like that can do a game.
both players in crosses that have, you know, relatively short range here, not able to really confirm their hits. Player Zero going into Tomahawk Beast. So this Magnum will connect, but Player Zero does have this anti-damage. Pops Soul's anti-damage with Summit Man. And oh!
Yeah, only one hit.
Wow, only
You
one
said
hit.
only one hit. I was like, yo, is this easy? Is this right? Wow.
Oh,
one buster.
wow. And then base comes down to close up the end of this match. So the
So
first round goes to Soul.
Yeah, there was actually a lot of lag in that first match. I ended up playing while I was at my school. So when we were talking about the match afterwards, specifically for that round, PC said that was a buffered movement, right? That he didn't want, and he accidentally stepped up because he kind of knew I had base there. It was pretty obvious.
Player Zero opting to go into what looks like an anger play, but there it is, the ×2 kernel. Ooh, and it looks like it's just going to miss because of the area. But that barrier 200 would have blocked it anyways, even if Soul was standing in position to receive the hit. Player Zero looking at Tengu Cross here to remove this barrier 200, and then land a D Cross hopefully with this Bubble Star. Ooh, and it's going to be Erase Cross coming out of Soul. Ooh, the bubble combo right there, doing double damage.
Getting rid of the conveyor belts was not necessary. I'm not sure why I went for grass here as opposed to like a fire.
Ooh, and the two wind racks here. I feel like Player Zero might suspect that you want to go into Erase Beast this turn, so having these two wind racks here might be a really clean method of dealing with that.
Yeah, going for a beast out here it's very obvious, yeah.
But it looks like Player Zero might just lock in this this chip selection instead and not go into Beast.
I think it's pretty smart, right? Because if I do go beast, you threaten by making holes, knowing that I don't have access to air shoes, right? So either way, this wind rack would connect. But if a life aura pops up, then you still have the wind rack for the life aura, and I'm still trapped from the holes of the meteor knuckle. So that's a free, nice ×2 conversion, or well, double hit conversion for double life sword with neo variable. I think it's a nice sequence to go into the next round with.
I think the main problem is that that meteor knuckle, it doesn't guarantee that you're going to be trapped. Depending on where it gets used. In a corner, sure, but ooh, and yeah, there's the D cross. That wind rack being very patient to land it. But Erase Man in retaliation is going to put Player Zero into paralysis. Oh, and this is going to be really painful. Yeah, the ×2 damage fire hit, thanks to the grass panels.
Really love the hesitation there that Prix employs when using that Bubble Star right hook combo, because you're using the Bubble Star to kind of take away some extra time on that custom screen, and then responding with a powerful hit just as the animation ends for that bubble animation.
Yeah, players are definitely dragging it out there in order to give you less time, potentially, if you had any chips there. Ooh, the Meteor Knuckle comes down, and you can see what I mean. You actually still have a path to escape here, but Erase Man for the follow-up.
The counter hit
Soul down
into
to 85 HP
actually,
here.
Okay, so that area grab wasn't supposed to be an area grab. I really, really wanted that heat breath there.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you would have been able to confirm it onto grass panels. I believe player 0 could just mash out and step down, so it would still be a big chunk of damage, but it would not. It probably would not have closed the game out.
No, not at all. But doing 200 is doing 200, you know what I'm saying? Oh, man.
So a heavy defensive turn coming out from player 0 here. Not sure if that's the right call though. Yeah, so player 0 recognizing that the life aura might not be necessary.
I
Really
think
mulling
the
over the
anticipation-
options.
Yeah, I think the anticipation here with this sequencing is base, right? Because
Yeah,
you're right now,
definitely.
400 HP means base will kill at this range, right? So you really want to play around that kind of strategy.
Ooh. Oh no, that it is gonna get eaten in that time priest counter, and oh! The D-cross and a massive amount of damage. Yeah, so Slash Beast connecting onto Tengu, that completely turned the tables on player 0 right there. And
Yeah,
that
we
is
ended up
the end.
desyncing. Yeah. We ended up desyncing there at the end, so ignore that game too. But the thought process on that last turn was kind of like using the life aura to bait out the response of going back B, right? And I wanted to punish the back B as hard as possible. I think that was the only way I was able to like clear out that round.
Damn, that was a very close final game right there.
I think without the lag, I think PZ would have been able to clear it out there, but I'm not sure. It's hard to say what would happen if the circumstances are different, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I do think hitting that lag switch probably put a dent in some of player 0's damage. But either way, well played to both of you. And with that, I think we can move into our next match, the setups for our next match, which is, I believe, Honor Knight versus Pie Burritos.
Okay, both players, I love to watch play this game because they are savages. Now, we see on Pie Burrito's side, rocking that chunk Gregar from yesterday. Of course, this setup is kind of swaggerjacked from Signs, being that, running the double holy panel into Sanctuary text. Now, if you notice, there's no real chip damage outside of these megas and outside of the kernel force in Pie's folder. Everything else is utility in this folder.
Yeah, and of course, Gregar can get away with this because there's just so much damage coming out of the crosses. And not only is it high damage, it's also typically highly reliable damage. So stuff like Elect Cross, Erase Cross, Slash Cross, those three crosses offer, between the three of them, they have so much coverage, so much damage. Just the DPS when they connect basically on cooldown, just over and over. That alone is so much that it's enough to take down most players. So just having all of this utility, having all this defense, and then the Chonk build, 2200 HP, it just gives Pie Burritos that time, that room to play around with the crosses and take his opponent out without using like limited resources. Instead, trying to hold on to the crosses, trying to use the crosses and squeeze more value out of them instead.
Even Heat Cross and Charge Cross's charge shots are really menacing to deal with for certain matchups, especially if you're making a lot of grass panels with your Element Man to try and move around. it can get really scary really fast. And of course, there's the access to the Beast Out or Beast Cross option, which can chip charge these null chips in the folder into 200 damage combos or attacks that Gregor can throw out willy-nilly.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that you bring that up about Pi Burrito's folder, having just a ton of utility in defense. Because if you look on the left at Honor Knight's folder, you're also going to see, it's a Elect Pulse 2 Wind Rack. There's just a ton of Pulse 2s and Wind Racks in this folder. But other than that, it is actually mostly Star Code and mostly also utility and defense. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see what happens here, especially given that Honor Knight also has this really absurd amount of HP, actually. In fact, this is 100 more than Pi Burrito's. But on the other hand, Honor Knight is not packing Recovery 300s, so there is still going to be a slight HP difference between them once those Recovery 300s come into play. But yeah, this will be a very chunky matchup here. And it is a slow gauge. It's a quadruple slow gauge matchup, so definitely there's going to be some brutal turns. And
I think the key moment for Honor Knight is going to be how he uses that full cust. I think that full cust is going to come into play to help disrupt those beast turns on Pi's side, and that will be key in how much damage Pi can put out.
Yeah, definitely. And I talked about how oppressive and how much damage Gregor crosses can put out. But Falzar, I feel like their range is maybe a little bit different, a little bit less reliable, but the DPS is comparable, if not a little bit better in certain situations. For example, a Tengu lock, right? When you can just stand there and unleash the Tengu rack over and over and over on your opponent, that DPS is massive, and not only is it huge, it's also going to interrupt your opponent's charge shots. It's going to interrupt any of your opponent trying to charge anything because of the that knockback effect. And it's actually extremely oppressive as well. And the same can be said for Tomahawk charge shot. When you have +1 area. So both of these players playing with these 5 area grabs, and it's going to be, I feel, very cross and beast centered between the two of them. And I think it's going to be a really interesting matchup to watch.
Absolutely. So without further ado, let's get right into the match and see the slugfest. Alright, we are watching from Honor Knight's side here with that 2300 HP. That's so much HP. Like, you can think to yourself, right? 100 HP doesn't really make the difference, but it kind of does, and especially in the mental long game, right? Even in my own build, I used to run 1400 HP and run speed max, but switching over to that 50 plus HP, just making yourself even slightly bulkier, can just make the difference in how long you last in the match.
And I think it's really interesting that that tiny HP difference. Yeah, it can have an impact for sure. And Honor Knight going to Dust Cross, Pi Burrito's going to Charge Cross here. Both of these more utility-oriented crosses. Pi Burrito's going to get that extra cust, and Honor Knight going to be able to use the Trash Chute here and just try and pull up a better hand for himself.
Yeah, and we also see Honor Knight's signature combination, Elect Pulse Wind Rack turn 1. I don't know why he does it every time, but that's his favorite entrance.
It's really interesting here because I believe that Honor Knight doesn't really have a good answer to the Charge Cross, but Pi Burrito's is packing that Erase Man SP and Erase Man, so there's definitely potential here for a huge hit onto Honor Knight's Dust Beast. And already we see, the Dust Beast cracking all these panels, gonna make it a lot harder for Pi Burritos to navigate. Ooh. And yeah, we also see this this warp step coming into play here. Pie Burrito's locked in the back already. Literally cannot move from this position. And we'll see if Honor Knight can capitalize on this.
Sifting through that folder once again, Dustcross just showing off how utility really happens. And there it is, we see that bug fix in hand, alongside a nice Element Man. So hopefully you want to pull the opponent forward, get that ice conversion, and decross here, right?
With this much HP between the two of these players, it is going to be a bit slower right here, especially with low costs. Pie Burrito's obviously managing to knock off the life aura of that Blast Man SP. But just defense on defense getting piled up here. Honor Knight gonna knock off Pie Burrito's anti-damage with the Element Man. But you have to keep in mind that that Element Man usage does mean that Pie Burrito's Sanctuary might be harder for Honor Knight to clear later on.
I see a fan in the comments of the Twitch chat saying, "So, please say hi, Miku." So, hello, Miku. Anyway, going back to the match, we see explosive turn coming out for this Beast turn on Honor Knight's side. With the Elect Pulse Windback combo again, there's the Invisible. No way to punish it too. Oh, that's really bad for Pie. That's a massive loss of damage there. Oh boy. Mello also asked, "What about me, Soul?" So yes, hello, Mello. People are just gonna start asking me to say hi to them in chat now. Hey Nerith, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you feel about Poison Seed?
Oh, that's quite a question. The value of Poison Seed is really variable, but I think it's interesting to just kind of throw it out there in the situation. I do feel like maybe it would have been better used here specifically as a Beast Charge. Uvu saying Poison Seed is kind of toxic. Very funny, Uvu. I personally love Poison Seed. I think it's a great chip. Because you can just deal with Sanctuary using it. You can deal with a lot of different panel configurations and just change it all to poison. Obviously, of course, use counter set though.
Yeah, and then on top of that, if you don't have float shoes to deal with it, that's the damage you're eating every turn.
So this is kind of interesting. This Spout Man, these charge shots, not doing a ton of damage, but it's slowly adding up, and it charges so quickly. It's actually still considerable here in this situation.
Briggs Volna in the Twitch chat says, "Man, that Starcross charge is so quick." And yes, it is quite fast, but it's not that strong, right? Only doing about 70 damage per hit. I mean, it adds up quick though, right? Well, not anymore, I guess.
And this is what I was talking about. Having used the Element Man earlier, Honor Knight is now going to have to deal with the Sanctuary, and we'll see whether or not there are some good options here. That Elect Pulse 2 into Windrat combo, knocking Pie Burritos out of Erase.
Yo, did you just see his movement out of the Beast Charge just now? That was crazy! Honor Knight's insane. Yeah, Honor Knight's actually insane. An almost 800 HP difference here, and now that Honor Knight's camping these Sanctuary panels, that difference is only going to add up. Or rather, I guess it'll stay the same since they're both on Sanctuary panels.
Oh, that is a bad cross matchup right here for Pie Burritos. but this grab revenge. But does Pyretos have an
camp
answer to these area grabs?
Yeah, I think this was a bad call on Pai's part. You really wanted to camp forward there as much as possible. Oh, this is tough. Now these charge shots are going to do a decent chunk of damage every time. Oh,
Yeah, and
jeez.
Honor Knight, playing it smart, holding that area grab until the end there, knowing that really he's just gotta stick with this +1 area. There's no significant difference to Honor Knight whether or not it's a +2 area or a +1 area situation. Just having that +1 is enough for the Tomahawk charge shot to be confirmed.
I was just about to say this. I think going into Tengu was a bad call here. A really bad call. And there it is! The recover 300 is coming into play here! Oh, jeez.
Oh,
Yeah.
and what's
Not
interesting
sure.
here is that Honor Knight actually doesn't have charge max. Instead, it's a charge 4, I believe, so slightly short on that. And that does make quite a bit of difference when it comes to the Tengu rack charge shots, because it doesn't set the opponent to blinking, so really your DPS is gated by your charge time.
Yeah, I agree. Usually when messing with charge amounts, I think it's a lot safer to lessen it in Gregar, because all those charges in Gregar are ridiculously quick regardless of how much, like, if you have at least charge 3 or charge 4, I think it's a pretty quick charge, But in Falzar, I feel like the windups are a lot more punishing.
And this Eraseman SP is going to time out in the center. Just this confirmed hit, not too much damage, but still every bit counts here when they're just slugging it out like this. And Honor Knight is already basically out of chips.
Ooh, Honor Knight in Twitch chat points out that he has Hub Batch online right now, so that is charge max, that is attack max and
Ooh.
speed max as well. If I remember correctly as well, he's also packing a Buster Bug as well, yeah? There it is.
Yeah, I do believe that is a Buster Bug, so we'll see how much of a role it plays here in closing this out. With these slow gauge turns, they might not go to damage judge. Oh yeah, and Pie Burrito's pointing out that those charge +1s, they are for the purpose of granting more Buster Bug.
Mashing B as fast as you can, but you're running out of HP faster because of this charge shot. Heat Cross is really heavily slept on. Turn 12, 3 more turns. Can you survive that long eating all these Heat Cross charge shots? Oh boy. Okay, technically, Honor Knight is still winning based on damage judge, right? Because this 561 HP are the 2 recovers that were used earlier, whereas Honor Knight hasn't used any recovers, and he's still sitting on that 300 SV.
Yeah,
So
that
this
is
is
true.
pretty close.
If Honor Knight can make it to the final turn, and I believe this is turn 14, so
Yes,
Honor Knight can just survive. Maybe focus on shield.
yes, I agree. Yes, that's the smarter thing to do.
Oh,
Oh, oh, whoa, my goodness,
oh,
yo,
that was so close.
he just had to survive. Wow, that was insane. Yo, did you see those footsies? Honor Knight. Yo, Honor Knight. Yeah, Burrito says in chat, I was almost hyperventilating at the end. At the very end, it was so insanely close. I understand exactly how you feel, dude. It's just a lot of pressure to deal with, you know? Okay, so Zeto6, no, Zeto7, actually, in YouTube chat says, why doesn't he just use Beast out? Now, here's the thing, right? You really don't want to use Beast over until turn 15, because that would make you completely invulnerable. Remember, that last game, or that last match, went all the way to turn 14, but didn't quite hit that end, right? You want to use Beast over when it's safe.
Yeah, Beast Over gives you invulnerability, the green invulnerability effect, for all of one turn, but on the next turn your HP will rapidly drain to 1, so if you use it on turn 14, then you're pretty much guaranteed to die turn 15, right?
Correct. Correct. You know, I asked on a night about this Cust 5 setup many times before, and it's a little nerve-wracking to just be playing with Cust 5. But we also have to remember that almost all these chips are star-coded, so it's really easy to get at least 3 or 4 chips into your hand every turn because how flexible these chips are. Plus, on top of that, you have access to Dust Cross, so if there is a little bit of soup in your hand that you don't necessarily need right now, you can just shuffle them to the end of your folder and just continue drawing cards as you need to.
Yeah, that's true, and the soup is non-existent in Honor Knight's folder. You know, it's just J and U, and the U is the defensive chips that, you know, can really be popped whenever. Whereas the J is, you know, it's not a big problem if you just have a star code plus 1 other code in your hand. But really just waiting for that hub batch to kick in. And there it is. A lot more options available now.
Yes. Going from Cust 5 to 8 is ridiculously overpowered. I wonder how Honor Knight would feel about the matchup when he knows that uninstall is in play. That would mean, you know, you can't just use your hub batch whenever you want, and it creates this, complex narrative of when do I use this and what is the best time? Do I know if I avoided the uninstall? Should I care? It's tough. Mind games are so heavy.
These really high HP setup mirror matchups, you know, 2300 HP versus 2200 HP, they end up being really interesting because you can see, like, at the end of the last match, so much of it came down to just like this small HP difference and figuring out, wait a second, if I hold off until turn 15, if I go to damage judge, I win, and then, you know, like having that moment of realization. And when exactly that kicks in, and, you know, all of this playing out towards the end of the match, and I feel like it really makes you look at and think about the start of the match a lot differently too. When you realize, wait, this might go to damage judge, or this is probably going to go to damage judge. Stuff like this makes you really want to optimize your damage output and try to squeeze every last bit out, because it is going to have an impact. And it's, you know, that 100 or 200 missing damage that you gave up, or a chip you threw away, stuff like that. It's gonna result in like a solid 2 turns of P shots apparently at the end.
Exactly. Oh, Triggs Volna in Twitch chat asked, does the dust shoot block you from getting more than 8 chips in the custom, or is it 8 the maximum for hub batch? And the answer is actually 8 is the maximum you can get from hub batch. And Dust Shoot only blocks Chip Shuffle, right? So if you have Chip Shuffle in your Navicust or from a mod card like Searchman, you will have access to Shuffle, but once you go into Dust Cross, you lose Shuffle in replacement for the Dust Shoot. But it does come, the Shuffle does come back after you leave the Dust Cross. Ah, of course, there is number open. I always forget about number open. Wow, this is interesting. Okay, the sequence here is kind of weird. Going for a Elect Pulse. Oh no, this is not weird, actually. I think this is pretty good. They want this Element Man. Take one. Just take one. Just take one. It's... Oh, no... No response there. Wait, is that not Element Man?
I believe that's Judge Man.
It was,
Yeah,
it
and
was
it is
Judge Man.
it is a Judge Man. And, oh, you know, holding on to it, playing so patiently, Honor Knight is actually gonna be able to get some extra value out of it, gonna get these 2 panels back. And so Honor
Yeah.
Knight really playing it slow, and like what I said, you know, being able to optimize the value and the damage coming out of your folder. Just refusing to throw your chips away early.
If Honor Knight wanted to be even greedier here, honestly, you could have just gone for some P shots and trigger your Buster Jam to get rid of that anti-damage that way too, and then go for a Judgment for some little chip damage.
Yeah, and you know, that is 140 damage total from those 2 books plus the whip if it connects. So that would have been a significant amount depending on the endgame situation.
Ooh, nice. The buffered movement will claim that area for Honor Knight. Now, it looks like Tomahawk will come into play here. I'm wondering, what does Pi have left to decross here? I think the only answer is Element Man, but I think we saw Element Man already. No, I don't think we did actually. So Element Man is valid, or a crossover to Heat as opposed to Elect, but I don't think that will happen. I actually predict that Elect will be the cross that we keep here.
Ooh, Elect Beast. But will Pie Burritos manage to protect themselves against Tomahawk?
Oh, the anti-damage! Oh! Oh!
And this
The
is going
Buster.
to... Oh wow,
No.
it got burned through so quickly by those Buster Jam procs, but the Raceman is gonna miss. Pie Burritos
Nice.
losing the Elect Beast right there. But still shaving a lot of this damage off with the help of this Holy Panel.
Holy Panel is such an underrated chip. Very powerful. Makes you even tankier than before. Imagine me using base, right? And you're standing on a Holy Panel. Base usually does 60 per hit, but now it's only doing a measly 30 per hit. And that's literally nothing.
This is an interesting hand for Honor Knight here. It is also the end of Honor Knight's folder, so this is what he's got here is, you know, this is everything. And there is a Ground Man, which could be useful for dealing with Holy Panels.
Right, I think what you really want to do here is you want to use the Element Man to create ice, maybe get a freeze, get some free Buster Shots in, but you want to save the Ground Man for the Sanctuary so you can eat up as many of those Sanctuary Panels as possible, but the Life Orb will come out, and this means no damage will be done as he chip charges away these chips to get this nice 200 damage. Oh no! Missing the conversion, but can still get the freeze here. Does that cancel it? Does that cancel it? Yes, it does!
It does!
Holy Panel comes back though!
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen Sanctuary yet from Pie Burritos, have we?
Okay, so the footsies looked a little weird on Honor Knight's part, right? He stood in front and went for the slash anyway. I think this is because The windup is so telling with Tomahawk Cross that Pi could have easily reacted and got it out of the way if Honor Knight decided to camp the top row. So having to trade these buster shots for that charge shot is probably the smarter thing to do. Nice. Oh, nice. Pi gaining a little lead here. Oh, but gets punished though.
Loses the holy panel here as well.
Oh boy.
No.
Oh boy. Nice.
Ooh, Honor Knight closing out this this round. Some really clean play at the end there.
And now we go to the game 3. The Clash of Titans is still not over as Tonk versus Tonk, Falzar versus Greygar is still continuing on here. And this is a wonderful showcase to the people who believe, oh, Falzar fast gauge is so unbeatable, or oh, Greygar has charge shots and you can't deal with it. No. There is counterplay to both sides. Look how even these two players are fighting with the tools at their disposal.
And there's that slow gauge gain dropped early here by Pi Burritos, wanting to maximize the damage output from Elect Cross, but not really managing to connect yet. Just getting rid of that barrier. Erase Man gonna connect here from Honor Knight, gonna put Pi Burritos into paralysis, and that will confirm one of the ice cubes being shot out.
I really like this because this, oh, but you can't catch that center.
And Honor Knight holding that that full cuss there.
Look how good this is. Look how good Dust Cross is for its value. An entire hand being shuffled back, and in the hand still from the previous turn, we have this full cust. Full cust will come out immediately, and Honor Knight will be mashing his LNR buttons to get back into the hand so he can choose that hot batch or whatever following chips for the next turn.
Oh,
and this is
it's
it.
Extra value. Even gonna waste the beast turn from Pi Burritos. That is
This is exactly. Oh. Yo.
That's a resource loss that I don't think Pi Burritos can afford with you know, just how much extra damage you have to squeeze out. One full turn of Beast being lost to Full Cust here might have a lot of impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what we were talking about at setups, right? Full Cust eating a turn of Beast is not what you want to see in a game 3 situation against somebody who has more bulk than you do, right? Oh man, this is really unfortunate for Pi. How are you going to manage your resources now? And that's the question that we're going to need answered in the next coming rounds.
And you know, honestly, it's so tragic because I wanted to see this type of elect beast play, right, where you just want to chip charge and first knock off your opponent's defenses, and then chip charge, wreck the field, and then paralyze them, followed them up with buster shots. But just being immediately punished by that full cust is really rough.
Raceman gonna be eaten away by this barrier one by one. Pi's resources dwindling. Is there gonna be a comeback for this? These are a lot of damaging combos. Oh, and being trapped! Cannot escape from this because of the ice! That's not a situation you want to be in. You really want that hole in the back to clear out as fast as possible. But how will Honor Knight take advantage of this situation? Oh,
I
wait.
think one potential method for taking advantage of it would actually be to ground beast charge down that row, and
I was gonna say Tomahawk.
Tomahawk. I feel Tomahawk is a bit slow. Just the Tomahawk beast charge is a little bit slower, so you might not be able to squeeze out as much damage.
Ah, that makes sense. Okay. Oh, it was actually a elect beast charge here. And there it is, Holy Panel making it back again. But
Oh, it does not destroy the single Holy Panel on the field. So this is gonna give Pie Burritos some breathing room.
I think I would shuffle back at least one more, maybe the Invis in the hand, and try to save it for later game. Okay, that works too. Okay, yeah, that was nice.
I think the Element Man is actually going to be so pivotal in this matchup. You know, I think it has to be. Same with the Ground Man. Both of them are really good tools for getting rid of Holy Panels, and with Dust Beast about to run out here, Honor Knight is going to run low on options for removing these Holy Panels, so gotta start thinking ahead right here.
Okay, in the YouTube chat, Zeto7 asked again, really though, how does Judgman work? Judgmental Muncher books seem to come out at random. They're not. When you're minus on area, so for instance, if your opponent has an area grab on you, like so, using Judgman will still do a paralyzing damage to each character's head, but it will also give you back your area. So it will attempt to recover your lost panels.
Yeah, so basically, so the default area that you have, when your opponent area grabs onto it, if you use Judgman, it will attempt to spawn a book on every panel that's not broken at the moment. Not broken or occupied. So, if any books spawn, it will restore your area. If all of the panels are broken though, then the Judgman will not return your area to you. So, in this kind of situation here, you can really get a lot of extra damage from Judgman. Potentially more than double the default 100 damage. You could get 220 total damage if you spawn 6 books. Ooh.
Ooh, and there it is. Slash is gonna make its appearance. There it is. Okay, Pie needs to make this count. He can't move. He has to take whatever damage is being thrown at him. Oh, and another area grab. But we see Judgman again. This is the perfect opportunity to see how it works, Veto. So pay attention closely.
Yeah, Honor Knight wants to use this this Judgman and Windrack. He wants to combo them together to get his area back, and then also go +1 area with an area grab right afterwards. So this looks like the game plan. Oh no, Honor Knight rethinking this turn. I think walking in basically the same thing here. So here's the life aura drop. A lot of defense coming out, immediately answered by Windrack.
And there it is.
Ooh.
The books
So-
will appear.
Oh,
But that forward movement. Oh, okay. I thought he moved forward. Nice. This is the big difference between acceleration through your hands. Pie has not been able to find that bug fix in his folder just yet, so now he has to deal with this HP bug even this late in the game. Whereas all that acceleration for Honor Knight now leaves him with only 3 chips left. Is the 3 area grabs going to be enough to seal this deal? There is the option for Tengu Claws, but it's not so safe when you're facing down a Slash. Ground Cross looks a little nice here too, but it's a slow charge that can be easily avoided.
Ooh, and there's the Erase Cross switch up anyways to better handle this matchup from range.
Nice. The Pie is still on the back foot here. Oh, Erase Man still in hand!
Ooh, yeah, and there it was, the Erase Man SP. So it would have been really nasty for Honor Knight if he had switched into Ground Cross here. Luckily, choosing to stay in Spout. Oh, but we're taking this Element Man Elec hit. It's gonna do double damage and decross, and that might be a big problem here. Tomahawk might not be the safest option here. Pyburrito's just knocked Spout off of Honor Knight. This does leave a Heat Cross still open.
Yes, it does. But this is the hand we've been dealt now. Area grab does come out, but oh, the return of the area grab. Okay. Okay, this seems like a favorable trade for Honor Knight so far. Nice! Oh, man. Wow. That was intense. The War of Attrition finally won out by Honor Knight in the end there.
Yeah, definitely close match. Both players there falling into a roughly 300 HP difference, and just trading those charge shots back and forth at the end.
Man, that was a tough game for both players. Very well played. But I think Honor Knight just happened to manage the resources a little bit better, especially in the end there, taking away a whole turn of Beast out with that full cust. Something I don't think Pi was quite ready for because it didn't happen in the first 2 rounds, but it happened that last one, and I feel like it really did end up paying the difference there. A 200 damage difference in the HPs towards the end, that could have been a Beast Charge. One Beast Charge earlier.
Yeah, and the resource management game in this matchup, especially, is so important because which crosses you use when you use your beast, your beast out, and then your beast over, of course. All of this is going to have such a big effect in the end game. When you realize, oh wait, my opponent still has these crosses, and I already used up my resources, my crosses to counteract them, and stuff like that. That's something you have to think about beforehand, and then you have to drill it into yourself and learn. Just gradually learn what's a good idea in the specific matchup. And having these two setups that are so buster oriented, so cross and buster oriented, with such high HP, it just exacerbates that issue. It just makes resource management that much more important. So
And
yeah, again, well played to Honor Knight and Pie Burritos.
And again, that last element that no one ever accounts for is the mental damage too. You're thinking about the match, you're thinking about the situation you're in. Are you nervous? Are you shaking? Do you have balls of steel? Like what? How are you feeling in this moment? It will affect how you play.
Yeah,
That
that's
being
for
said,
sure.
yeah, exactly.
And I think with that we can jump into the setups for our final match of the day, which I believe is Flop Tart versus Salad.
I'm so happy we're getting Flop Tart on stream. I feel like it's been a while. Wait, did Flop Tart play yesterday? No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think this is Flop Tart's first appearance.
And it is an R code. So we have, not only is it R code, this is a very funny setup. It's packing roll 3 and then 2 roll 2s. So there's a lot of recovery in here, and it's a very high HP setup. This is basically chonk on Falzar, really. It's got 2200 HP, starting up with 2200 HP, and then 2 recovery 300s for 2800 total, and then the roll 3 and roll 2, pushing that over 3000 total effective HP. So a lot of recovery here, and it's a hub batch setup with 5 buster ups. So we haven't seen this in a while, actually. This gets played, this type of setup with the buster ups and the hub batch, it gets played every once in a while, but I wouldn't call it super common still.
Yeah, me neither.
And yeah, I think this is a really interesting setup, especially with this the bubble combos in R, of course, on code. But this is an interesting decision here, apparently choosing to run Life Aura and Barrier 200 and U. There's just so much defense here from Flop-Tart's side. Only one Wind Rack, but as it is a Thalzar build, there is access to Tengu. So as long as you hold on to Tengu until you need it to deal with the opponent's Life Aura, there shouldn't be any huge issues.
I really like going for the speed max here. Not having charge max is a little iffy to me, because being able to charge no matter what is still really strong, right? But I feel like you can kind of get away with it in this kind of situation. But what's really going to be pushing Flop-Tart over the edge here is those Buster Ups. Buster Ups will be able to make that attack power go over 5. Wait, that is possible in this format, right?
Yeah. So it will go up to attack 10. This is an attack 10 setup.
But if I remember correctly, it's still, the P-Shot will do 100, correct?
Yeah. The Buster Jam, when it occurs, is going to do a full 100 damage. So after these Buster Ups get popped, it's going to be quite an RNG fest. Just hoping that you get those Buster Jam procs and whittle your opponent down. And it's also going to be a bit of a struggle usually to line up with your opponent, or just walking up and down, hoping to land those shots, and then hoping the shots that land are Buster Jam procs. My personal take on it is that I'm not a big fan of attack 10 Buster Jam procs, just because it's RNG, and RNG always bites me personally. I'm no player zero. Yeah, I'm no player zero. I have I would say kind of average luck, but I feel like when it comes to Buster Jam procs specifically, I have a little bit worse than average luck. So
I don't know. I feel kind of confident when I play my base folder, and I say my loosely. The Buster procs are so powerful.
We've seen Salad's folder already. It is this Beast Rush oriented folder with the Elect Pulse 2s, Wind Racks, and then just a lot of counter hit potential and a lot of damage. It kind of surprises you, honestly. Like, looking at the folder, you might think this looks a little bit light on damage, especially if you look at the SP navies and you go, well, what if they get blocked by defense, right? Then this doesn't look like it has too much, but honestly, it just adds up. All of it just adds up to be pretty considerable, but we'll see whether or not it's enough to deal with this 3,000-ish effective HP from Flop-Tart plus the defense. And it should be an interesting match.
For sure. Let's just hop into it and see how this one turns out. What I'm actually really scared about is those risky honeys. The way Salad uses them in this matchup against a build dedicated to pressing the B button as fast as possible can be one of the most scariest things to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. And Salad really likes to use these risky honeys in this reactive way as a counter chip and just get a ton of the risky honey hive procs. And Salad doesn't like to broadcast or telegraph to their opponent that that's the intent. So Salad tends to not go into Tomahawk for these risky honeys, tends to not get the ×2 charge, instead just going to play off of the fact that if your opponent doesn't expect it and even gets one hit on you on your hive, that's going to be equivalent to a charged risky honey.
Sorry, immediately pressing that B button.
Right off the bat. That is so cheeky.
Yeah, right?
I'm just like, already, you're trying to test your luck right off the bat like that. That is to me, that's so demoralizing. That is so disrespectful. I just feel like if I got hit by a Buster Jam proc right at the start like that, I would definitely be tilted.
Like, the bug fix is in your hand, right? But still, we're pressing the B button to test that luck, yo.
Yeah, that is a lot of cheek.
but Salad effortlessly moving around what seems like almost all of Flop-Tart's offensive pressure in this turn, dodging that Bubble Star, avoiding the Buster procs with really, really good RNG, but taking the Doll Thunder and then there, no big deal.
Yeah, but that is still a huge HP difference that was developed. Especially considering Flop-Tart started at 2200, already forced to use the recovery 300s.
Yeah. And Salad not letting up either, too, with Element Man following up and just racking out the damage as turns go by.
So you can see these Buster ups getting popped here, gonna put Flop-Tart well over attack 5. Already you're seeing the damage build up from the Buster Jam procs. Oh. Wait, did you see what just got taken away by Pizza?
Yes!
That was
That's a little sus.
oh no.
Not
Never
like
forget
this.
the PP. Never ever forget the PP.
You gotta feed the bird. You cannot just forget about it. It's there, yo. Bird want food and bird want food now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Roll times 2.
This is a roll 2 times 2, and this is going to be interesting here because that was also a times 2 Elect Pulse too. So I'm not sure if it's still going to come out at this point. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't, and we'll see if Flop-Tart can react in time mash hard enough. Oh, it doesn't come out.
Yeah, it doesn't come out. Oh, that was big. The anti-damage. Oh, but you still get hit because you went back in it. That's so rude.
Oh yeah, so that was due to the uninstall, losing super armor, and Falzar doesn't get super armor from beasts, only Gregar does, so losing that times 2 Elect Pulse 2 definitely hurts here. And then, yeah, the Sanctuary being lost there.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting PTSD now, bro. I don't know, I'm not happy about it. Not happy at all. Trading Life Force here, how interesting.
Yeah, except Flop-Tart already had a Barrier 200 up, didn't exactly get, all of the value out of it, but just popping that Life Aura anyways to replace it, getting a little bit more of a secure defense here that won't get destroyed on, say, the first hit, like a Spoutman SP or a Groundman SP, so... Ooh, double Tengu here, both to deal with this, and a simultaneous suck right there, getting rid of the Life Auras.
Roll coming out to do some little extra damage here. Get a nice extra recovery.
Oh.
Oh!
And yeah, the anti-damage trade, Flop-Tart playing that very well to get that anti-damage trade onto Salad, knocking out the Tengu, doing double damage.
Yo, dude, hold on. I just realized Flop-Tart is playing 2 copies of Roll 2. That's actually not bad.
Yeah,
That's
2 Roll
pretty
2s.
Cool. Oh, I did not know that you can play 2 of those.
Yeah, the megabyte value on them is the size is small enough that you can run 2 of them. And that's just that much more recovery, so...
It's basically doing damage and running like recover 120 or something, right? Oh!
Ooh, times 2. That bubble star into Doll Thunder combo right there, doing just so much damage. But here it is, Flop-Tart nearing the end of the folder. Of course, there's still the Buster to deal with, so it's not like running out of chips. It means there's no way to finish off their opponent.
Especially if this Judgment hits. Oh, smart! Noticing that Judgment SP hasn't been played yet, playing around it with... Oh my gosh, BDST. BTSD roll. No, BTSD roll, please! It's a trigger for me, don't... No. No more bees, please! I don't want to see them anymore!
So Flop-Tart at the end of the folder here, just gonna have to rely purely on these P shots, hoping for Buster Jam procs. It is a ton of damage though. So we'll see if Salad has anything left up her sleeve to finish off this really hefty 1400 remaining HP. And so this HP difference is massive, but it's important to note that they've actually dealt roughly the same amount of damage to each other. Salad has actually dealt a little bit more damage to Flop-Tart than Flop-Tart has done to Salad. It's just that all of these recoveries and that huge starting HP difference has really created a situation where Flop-Tart is just so close to ending this.
And as you can see, Salad slowly raking that differential smaller and smaller as the turn goes on. Oh my gosh.
The suspense is really just can Salad dance her way out of these charge shots, these Buster Jam procs, and does Salad have enough steam left? Does Salad have enough chips left to take Flop-Tart down? Ooh, and you see, you know, just even one of those Buster Jam procs is so painful. A second one lands as well. Ooh, and it's gonna go to Damage Judge. You know, the turns fly by so quickly under fast gauge.
Now we get to see just who came out on top in this round. And
Ooh,
yeah, it was Salad. Look at that.
By 600 damage, a 600 damage difference right there. Salad takes that first round. Ooh, a ground mount SP right off the bat. Well, damage isn't really going to stick, but it is going to force Flop-Tart to use those recoveries earlier. And this roll 2 going to do a little bit of healing back. Meanwhile, this Judge Man whiffs, unfortunately. And the fast gauge gets stopped.
Yeah.
Both recovery 300 sitting in Flop-Tart's hand here. But not really ideal. This isn't really a good situation to use them, so Flop-Tart's gonna lock in that, was that a barrier 200 or a life aura?
That's a life aura.
Yeah, so there's the early life aura here, turn 2. But oh!
Ooh,
Time freeze
the
counter
hate-
with an Erase Man, and this will remove Dust Cross, prevent any more dust digging from Flop-Tart.
I think Flop-Tart had the right idea, but the wrong caliber. Just waiting it out because it was clearly obvious that Erase would be coming out eventually for this Dust Cross, and Flop-Tart had the read, but was a little too impatient with just using that chip there.
Ooh, and that life aura gets taken down by a wind rack anyways. Ooh, not able to use that that recovery 300 by the end of that turn. Gonna have to go into the next turn with only the recovery 300. And yeah, this shield really providing an extra layer of protection. Ooh, then the Bubble Star, Doll Thunder combo connects, but it is on Sanctuary, so isn't gonna do too much. Only did roughly 200. And this is a serious problem actually. Looking at Flop-Tart's folder, I don't think there's too many options to deal with the Sanctuary.
No, not at all.
I mean, with no Element Man, especially, that's a huge problem.
Oh
And having
no!
lost up- oh no, not again.
Not again! No, 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 not like this. I mean, it's not over yet, right? We still have plays that we can use to our advantage. We even have a decross option here.
I just want to say, Beat is flying away very happy. You're gonna have a huge feast today. Fat little bird flying away with your Giga.
Barrier 200 will lock down here. Salad. What good movement that is. Making the read. Oh, almost avoiding all of the, the machine guns there. But whips out the Risky Honey a little too late.
Yeah, only
Yeah.
getting 2 sets of bees there, and I think one of them fizzled out, didn't manage to do the full 5 hits.
There's just nothing to do about this Sanctuary. Look at all this damage that we're losing out on. Really unfortunate. What really needed to happen was Dust Beast. That was the other out, yeah, right?
Yeah, but having lost the Dust Cross already, there is no Dust Beast
Yeah.
to worry about anymore. So these Bubble Star combos coming out, they just aren't doing enough damage. The roll 2 topping Flop Tart off, but it's just not doing enough damage to threaten Salad.
What needs to happen is an Anger ×2 play, at minimum. Oh, and the Spoutman SP, this is my favorite Navi just coming out and, well, one of my favorite Navis, not the favorite Navi. But just putting in so much damage for Flop Tart here, for Salad here.
So there's the uninstall attached to that Machine Gun 1. So it is going to knock off parts of Salad's Navicust. It is going to be... Actually, I'm not sure if it's really too much of a problem in this matchup. And here Flop Tart is at the end of the folder already. Judgman SP and Roll 3, I believe, are the final chips here. And this could be a serious problem, because I don't think Salad has... There it is! There's the Beast, Tengu Beast, and it's going to be Beast combos now. Salad topped it out and sat through all of that damage, just tanking everything on the Sanctuary, playing patiently, and now it's time to retaliate.
Between the movement, between the defenses, between the Sanctuary, Salad just played through everything that Flop Tart had, literally threw everything at her, and now, with all of those resources out of the way, Salad can finally unwind and let loose those combos that she's been saving for this entire time.
Oh, and even though Roll 3 gets stolen by the anti-Navi, and now that recovery goes in another direction.
Salad is just a pillager. That's what it is. She's stealing the game. I don't see much way for Flop Tart to make it out of this. Oh boy, oh boy.
So the HP difference is just gonna keep growing here as Salad uses the rest of these offensive chips. And it is the final turn, but Flop Tart doesn't even have the option of Beast over. Flop Tart never went Beast out even, so we'll see.
This was the equivalent of Salad going Super Saiyan at the very end, obtaining the last amount of power to unleash upon her opponent. Let's see that HP differential.
Yeah, Flop Tart not even bothering to dodge the feathers at the end there, knowing that this HP difference in the damage judge is not something that you can surpass. And yeah, that was just oof. That was brutal. That was a brutal one for sure. And I think that really illustrates why you need to prioritize certain resources, especially when you don't have the tools in your folder to deal with what your opponent has. So that Sanctuary put in so much work, and there are literally no tools in Flop Tart's folder to handle the Sanctuary. No Element Man, no Geddon, no Seeds, no panel breaking, panel cracking chips. So what that really means is that is that Dust Cross is really important. It's just so important if you're facing anyone who has holy panels. And unfortunately, Flop-Tart did not manage to protect the Dust Cross and utilize Dust Beast to remove the holy panels. But still, that was a very interesting match to watch.
Flop-Tart did have the read there at the end, but just using it too early instead of waiting for that inevitable Raceman to come. I think camping that Life Roar was the play there. Unfortunate, but really great showing to both players. Really well played. Finishing it out to the end, and it was a good match for it. I actually really enjoyed that.
Yeah, that's for sure. And so, yeah, well played again to Flop-Tart and Salad. And I do think that was a good showing.
Yeah, so unfortunately that was the actual last match for today. But don't worry, so we have a stream planned for next weekend, and that would be for the first week of Blood Moon. So make sure to head to the Discord, N1GP Discord, to get more updates about future streams and events and how you can join. But before ending the stream today, I do want to give a shout out to all of the very generous people that donate to us on Ko-Fi since yesterday's stream. Okay. So thank you, Airblast, for donating $6 yesterday. That was just after the stream ended, and saying just thank you for keeping this community running and well. And yeah, so thank you to everyone else who's watching as well. So everyone is part of the community, and wouldn't be here without everyone. So thanks to all of you for watching as well. So Bitmuffin donating $15, saying get data 5,000 Zenny. So thank you for the donation. I'm not sure if that's the conversion rate we're going with, but thank you again for the generous donation. And then Obese Skydiver at the start of today's stream donated a very, very generous $500 donation. So thank you very much for the huge donation at the start of today. And obviously all donations are very much appreciated. But thank you very much for that. And then Matt Milk donating $3, saying thank you for keeping BN alive. And yeah, I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it basically every time. It's everyone in the community that is helping keep the community alive. Without everyone else, we wouldn't be here. And then the last donation for today's stream, Chef Sanji, saying just watched a video about your scene on Friday. Glad I got to catch you all live. And yeah, so thank you again for watching. I'm guessing that would be Action Esports. We had a lot of new people joining through that, and welcome to everyone that joined through that. And obviously, people are always more than welcome to join any of the N1GP streams. Yeah, so that will conclude our stream for today. So thank you again for all of the viewers. Thank you again for all of the participants. And obviously, a huge shout out to our commentators today, Symes, Eurasia, Megamaster X, Nereth, and Solex Cross. So thank you guys for being there and basically making the dream come reality. Obviously, a huge shout out to Salad for organizing the tournament and working on the stream layout. Thanks everyone for watching. Hopefully we'll see you again next week. Goodbye.